Are we here? Let's see. Live yet? I can hear that P50 fan spinning up. It's not happy to be encoding. Let's see. All right, so we're here. So today I wanted to talk a little bit about this whole thing with the YouTube ad boycott, and I also wanted to talk a little bit about some of the things I've been hearing. So I've been hearing a lot of this on Eli the Computer Guy's channel, but I've also been hearing it on a couple of other channels, this idea that YouTube is dying, and I've heard people from other channels go so far as to say the concept of creating content online is dying, and this really goes back to a lot of what started, I think, around September, October last year. I got a lot of shit for that because I was talking about how demonetization is not censorship, and I got a lot of crap for that, and I'm going to bring that up again in this video. So, as a lot of you know, a lot of the YouTube advertisers have pulled out. I think it's something around like 20 companies. It's not a lot of companies, but it's enough that it makes up a ridiculous amount of ad revenue for a lot of channels. A lot of it started with this whole Wall Street Journal thing where they're complaining about the edgy content some YouTubers make, and then kind of snitching all the advertisers and saying, you don't want your brand associated with this, right? And it's kind of a lot of it is a bunch of crap. Because when you go on TV, you know, I mean, I watch Fear Factor. There would be somebody sitting there eating bugs, and then there would be an advertisement for something. And for all the crap I've seen on YouTube, I've never seen people compete to eat bugs, and it's just like crazy shit that you can get away with if you're on regular media, if you're on professional television, that you can't get away with on YouTube. So the first thing I want to bring up is the shift in the music industry in the early 20th century. So in the beginning, like for a really long time, well, music stayed the same, and there would be changes here and there, but it would take a really long time for those changes to occur. And then you look at, let's say, 1920 through 1990 or 1920 through 2000, and you look at the change that occurred in that period, and you look at all the different art forms that came out during that period, and then you look at all the art forms that came out from the beginning of time up until 1900 or 1920, and you'll notice that there was a lot more change during the 1920 to 2000 than there was during almost the beginning of time to 1920. And why do you think that happened? I think that happened because of the record. The thing that happened with the record is that regular people got a say in art and music. So hear me out here. Before recorded media, it was much more difficult to make money off of things like music. So let's say you have to get an orchestra, you have to have a composer, you have to have the orchestra continuously rehearse whatever the composer wrote, and after all of that was done, you had like 1 or 3 or 5 chances once you came to a town to make money. You would go into some room, there'd be, let's say, 50 to 70 people that came to the room, and all the work you did composing, all the work you did rehearsing, all the work you did to become good at playing your instrument, you had to monetize that shit in a very short period of time. So what did that mean? That meant that the ticket prices to hear that music were through the roof. You did not see regular people going to venues to listen to music back then. It just, at least a lot of the, the music that was made popular and the music that continued during the time. You had the rich people that decided what they wanted to listen to. Because for those musicians to make money, for a lot of those, classical musicians to make money, they needed to charge a lot of money for people to come see them. And the only people who could afford that were the very rich. So let's say, I'm just going to, throw out some figures here. I understand that there's inflation and everything else. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, you had a room of, let's say, like 50 people or 50 to 100 people that were paying $2,000 each. So you have 50 to 100 people paying $2,000 each. Those rich people got to decide what they liked, what was made and what music was not. Now, the great thing about when the record came out, again, around the 1920s, is that it didn't matter if you were rich anymore. If 50 million broke-ass people that only had 25 cents in their wallet liked this music, those 50 million people with their 25 cents mattered more than the 50 rich people with their $1,000 for the tickets. And the really cool part about this is that regular people got to decide what they liked. Regular people got to decide what kind of art was created and what kind of art was funded, not just the rich class. And what happened during 1920 through 2000 was this crazy thing with art, was just this crazy revolution with art that took thousands and thousands of years to develop otherwise. Now, if you look at the way things are now with stuff like YouTube, you'll see arguments where people will say, well, all of this content that's being made is being made, it's being censored because the advertisers don't want to advertise on it. It's censorship. And I wouldn't say that it's censorship, but it's very similar to what was going on a long time ago, where if this small group of rich people did not like your music, you could still be a musician, but you weren't going to pay your rent with it or anything like that. You weren't going to really make a career with it. And the same thing is kind of true now. If Honda doesn't like your YouTube videos, if Verizon doesn't like your YouTube videos, if the Wall Street Journal doesn't like your YouTube videos, then you could still make videos, but you can't really do it as a full-time job if all you're relying on is YouTube ad revenue. And a lot of people are losing their shit over this. A lot of people think that this is terrible. And I actually think that this is great. I think this is great because what we're doing is we're pointing out that it's time for that second revolution. That same thing that happened with music, that same thing that happened with plays and theater and art in the early 20th century. We now have a chance in the early 21st century to have that same revolution occur again, but within the realm of YouTube entertainment. Why are we mad that Verizon and the Wall Street Journal and Honda and all these other companies are pulling back from our content? We should be happy and see this as an opportunity to go direct to the user. So what a lot of these musicians did is they just went direct to the user. It's not about what the rich people want to see. It's if you like this music and you're willing to pay 25 cents or $1 for the record, and you know millions of other people like you that are willing to do it, then I can do this as a living. And that beautiful, beautiful thing that occurred where you had this just explosion, this second renaissance of art and music in the early 20th century, I think that can happen again with YouTube if people do the same thing, which is start asking for money directly from their users. And I feel like a lot of people that make content are going to start doing that. They're going to start saying, I can't get paid from Verizon. I can't get paid from Honda. Maybe I can't even get paid from Wix anymore because they don't like my stuff. But if you like what I do and you're willing to give $1 a month, then you can choose what you get to see. You can choose which people get to develop their brand more, develop their content more, and invest in it as a business versus who goes away. And this is a great thing. This is where regular people, and if the content creators get their head screwed on straight, stop running around like Chicken Littles thinking that the sky is falling, and realize this is an opportunity, this is where great things can happen. If they start to realize that asking for support directly from their user base is that next revolution, we're set. Now, I remember when I did my video on how YouTube demonetization was not censorship, I got a lot of shit from a lot of people for saying that. And in the comments, a lot of it was, well, if people are not making money from what they're doing, they're not going to be as motivated to do it. So it is censorship. Again, censorship is when somebody walks up to you with duct tape and puts it over your mouth. Anything short of that, I don't really see as censorship. And a lot of people are like, what about the news channels? Have you thought of the news channels? What about the news channels? And what I would say is that, well, if you're willing to, if you are a real news channel and you're providing real news, not that CNN bullshit, but like real news, then you're probably willing to put in a modicum of work or fucking effort to ask your audience, hey, if you like what I do, here's where you can give me a 50 cents or 10 cents or $1 a month or something like that. And what I would say is there's one example that I've brought up several times to Eli, the computer guy here, and this is an example that I'm going to bring up to a lot of you. And people talk about, well, what about news? What about controversial topics? What about this, that, and the other, and blah, blah, blah. And there's this one that I've been bringing up several times to Eli, because I remember he was talking about like this poor guy that does this radio station called Secular Talk. He talks about politics, he talks about news. He's like, this poor guy that lost 90% of his YouTube revenue. Yep, this poor guy, this poor motherfucker that lost all his revenue. How are news channels going to monetize? How are news channels, how are the controversial channels going to make money? It's easy for you to sit there on your high horse, Lewis, with your business where you make $200 to $300 to $400 for 10 minutes of work replacing little SMDs. But what about the people in the trenches? How are they going to make money? And it's like, shut the fuck up. Just in case you didn't see the page. Do you see this? And I have nothing against this individual. I think it's great what they're doing. I don't personally agree with a lot of his politics. I don't agree with a lot of his opinions. But what I do agree with is this, is that he hasn't stopped doing what he's doing, and he has his head screwed on straight enough to know that he needs to ask for support directly from his audience to continue what he's doing, and that he knows that if he asks for it, he'll get it. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing about a lot of this content. Advertisers, for the most part, are very hands-off. And here's where I would make the argument that asking for support directly from your audience, if you're a content creator, is actually better than dealing with advertisers. Wix doesn't do work to figure out whether or not they're showing up in every one of my videos. Honda doesn't do the research to figure out exactly what videos they're ending up on. So there's a lot of people. How do I put this? How do I put this in a way that's not going to offend everybody and get me like 50 thumbs down and DDoS tomorrow? There's a lot of people making content based on what gets the most amount of views, and not people making content based on what people are going to actually find valuable. And a lot of that content sucks. It's got the 16 million, the 20 million, the 30 million, the 80 million, the 250 million views a month, but it's shit. But it gets views, and a lot of the advertisers, as long as it isn't too edgy, don't mind being on the content. So they'll make stuff that will get them views. However, if you have a model where you're collecting directly from your viewership, it's not about getting a quick view. It's not about making something that somebody may want to click because of the title and a little bit of edgy information. It's about creating content that makes people go, wow, this made my life better. Let me take money out of my pocket that I would have used for something else and give it to this guy or this girl or this whatever's in between nowadays, because this content has changed my life for the better. And this is one of the revolutions that I think started in the early 2000s, where the music industry and the movie industry absolutely lost their shit, because a lot of the content they were making was garbage. The movie trailer would be better than the movie. The single that you'd hear on the radio would be the only good song on the album. And they had a model where you would collect money before you got the product. And I think at some point people realized that a lot of these products are shit, and that they were paying up front because they heard a 20-second clip or because they saw a trailer, and eventually people just kind of got tired of paying for shit. But with the model that you have on YouTube, especially if you're collecting directly from your audience, you put the content up for free, and then after people have consumed it, they decide what it's worth. And what I find is that you get much higher, in my opinion, you get much higher quality content that rises to the top when you put the content out there, when you put the intellectual property out there, and you let people decide after they've consumed it what it's worth, not before. When you have people decide what it's worth based on the real important stuff, not based on the trailer or the 10-second clip or whatever, or the advertisement, that's when you're going to see the really good stuff rise to the top. So whereas a lot of people right now are motivated to make shit based on what's going to get them a couple of quick views, I think that with this new system, as more and more major advertisers pull out and more people start asking for money directly from their audience, we're going to see the content that people actually care about. The stuff that people want to see, not the shit that's just going under the radar with advertisers where they're just getting, 30 million views for bullshit that people wouldn't pay a cent for. There's a lot of content out there that gets like 30, 40, 60 million views. I don't know a single person that would pay 50 cents a month for that content to not go away. Like, it's cool. They find it a little interesting. It's whatever, but they wouldn't. But I know I've asked people, they wouldn't pay 50 cents for that crap to still exist. If it was going to go away tomorrow, if I didn't get 50 cents a month, I'd rather just give that 50 cents here to BlackBerry, my kitten. So I think it's going to lead to a lot of people making better stuff. Now, I've heard people like Eli, the computer guy, also say that there's churn, this is a Patreon bubble, this is going to explode over time, and that it's not going to be around forever. But as anybody who does this as a business or has done this for any period of time knows, YouTube ad revenue is also not going to be around forever. There's this concept of churn in business where you gain new customers, but you lose old customers. You gain new kitty cats, but you lose your old kitty cat. Like she's going to jump off my lap right now. That's the definition of churn. So you're going to gain new business while losing the old business. And as people like Eli are finding, when who started YouTube way before I did, they know where the CPM was then, and they can see where it's going now. That's called churn. And that's going to happen with advertisers, that's going to happen with sponsors, and that's going to happen with taking money directly from your audience. I remember when like grade A, under A's Patreon was at like $9,500 a month, and right now it's sitting at, let's check. I'm actually curious about that. Where is that? Yeah, I remember when I remember just looking at that and seeing like $9,500, like, and now it's at, yeah, it's like at $857. But he also makes a lot less videos now than he used to. So there's always going to be some churn, and a lot of that churn is going to be based on the value of what you're producing. And I think it's a good thing. I think that this is the environment within which the best content is going to rise to the top. And again, for stuff like what I do, I don't really ask for donations. And just to clarify, when I've talked about Patreon, when I've said, my issue has never really been with the concept of somebody saying, if you would like to donate, if you find this valuable, donate. My issue has been with people that say, that come on every day and say, you need to donate or I'll go away, rather than providing value. So in my Patreon video, I said, pay me with success. Show me what it is you've been able to do as a result of the channel. What I'm trying to encourage there is that people make content that changes people's lives to the point where it's actually worth it for them to pay. So if you're going to give $1 of your hard-earned money to some YouTube channel, it should be because they have given you $5 or $10 or $20 or $50 or $100 worth of education or entertainment or help during hard times in your life. They should have given you that value, and then once they've given you that value, then it's easy to justify giving $1. What I've always had an issue with is when people are just like, I don't care if I'm providing you with any value. I don't give a fuck if I'm giving you value first. Just give me something because I need it. And I've always had something against people who ask for something up front without providing anything of value prior. I've always believed that if I'm going to ask you for something or I'm going to expect something, that it should be something that you want to give because of the value that I'm providing. I have this Synology NAS and it's sitting on a broken floorboard, so anytime the fan spins it sounds like there's an earthquake, and it kind of startled me. The next thing that I wanted to go to is discussing the concept of YouTube being an abusive relationship. And this is one thing that I remember Eli had mentioned a few times, and I also hear this from a lot of other YouTube content creators. I'm not surprised. That is really loud and obnoxious. I was just about to pick up the mic, but it stopped anyway. And I figured you should hear what I hear because it's kind of weird that I keep looking over there. Anyway. I've heard a lot of YouTube content creators say that YouTube is like an abusive relationship, and I'm not surprised when I hear that from other people that do YouTube as a business. I'm really not. I was honestly a little surprised to hear it from Eli, the computer guy, and here's why. He said that he started with his own infrastructure, he set up his own hosting system to host videos to people. He looked into what it actually cost. He looked into what it took to get advertisers, to get sponsors, how many views you needed to get anything from anybody, and then just how much of a bitch it was to take that sponsored content and put it on top of your videos, how half of the systems didn't work and were broken. He knows exactly how difficult all this is. A lot of people starting nowadays, they have no idea what you were stuck with in like 2002 or 2006 or even 2009. They had no idea, whereas Eli does. So here's what YouTube is to me. If I were to disable all the monetization that YouTube offered me, if I were to just turn off all the ads so that YouTube made $0 off of me uploading content to their platform, no ads showing on the video, no way to monetize, they would be providing me with terabytes upon terabytes of unlimited hosting. If I upload a 444 color space, X264, QP equals 0, preset equals placebo, some just like fuck you encode to YouTube, that was 2 hours long, I could upload that 2 hour long QP equals 0, X264 preset placebo video in 444 color space to YouTube. YouTube could take 6 hours encoding that shit with the CPU at 100%. And they don't charge me a dime. My video could be viewed by 50 million people. YouTube could have hosted my video, could have hosted it 100 terabytes, 200 terabytes, 400 terabytes over. They could have spent a day encoding all my crap with monetization disabled. And they don't send me a bill. And I don't think a lot of people realize this. I know Eli knows this, but a lot of other people don't know this, that this shit is free. And this is also the thing that killed me about that United airline, not United. It was some airline recently that said you shouldn't wear this. And I looked and I'm like, what are you talking about? There's nothing wrong with what this person is wearing. And I didn't really understand the whole story until I realized that they were getting a free flight. And then that's when I got pissed. It's like, if somebody's giving me a free flight, if somebody gave me a free flight and they said I had to wear a Still With Her Resist shirt while I was wearing a clown suit, I'd fucking do it so that I got the free flight. I'm just saying, if you're going to give me a free flight. And if you're going to give me free hosting, free encoding, free advertising to other people, free suggesting my video to other people that you think are going to be interested in my content based on your fucking Google spy network and cookies and all that crap, if you're going to do that, and you're not going to send me a bill? You know what? If you don't offer me the best of support, it's fucking fine. If I email you and you don't get back to me, I don't understand how that's an abusive relationship. And I don't see how a lot of people don't understand just how much they're getting for free. I don't think a lot of people have actually tried to build their own infrastructure to host a 1 or 2 or 10 or 20 gigabyte video to millions of people. I don't think a lot of people have gotten the server bills, the hosting bills, or the staying up until 3 in the morning 10 nights in a row just trying to put together the system so it works, headache and nightmare, to actually appreciate just how much YouTube is giving you for free. And I know Eli is. Because I know that he did this entire setup. He did all the work to build this shit in the beginning. I know he knows how hard it is, which is why I'm very confused when he says things like it's an abusive relationship. To me, that's like if there was a guy outside my building and he handed me a $100 bill every day, and then on Tuesday and Friday, I would walk outside my building and say, "Can I have my 100?" And he'd go, "Fuck you! Fuck you!" And then I called that an abusive relationship. Is it really? Like, he's giving me a $100 bill every day. And on the days that he's not, I just walk over to him and say, "May I have my $100 bill?" And he curses at me. On one hand, he cursed at me, but on the other hand, he gives me a $100 bill every day for doing nothing. When I look at the amount of, again, a lot of these videos that I upload to YouTube, they're 5, 10, 20 gigabytes each. They're getting 10,000 views a day. What do you think that would cost to host on any regular platform? That's a lot of money. And they're doing it. Again, if I turned off monetization, they'd still do it. They're giving you all that away for free. So yes, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that YouTube's system doesn't suck in a lot of ways. But what I'm saying is that you and I, all of us that are on this platform, we get what we pay for. We get what we pay for. And I know that Google doesn't offer an option to pay for better service and whatever, but we get what we pay for. So trust me, I know. There are videos where there's only audio on the left side, and I email them, and they'll happily get out on a hangout with me to discuss for 20 minutes why they can't do shit. Or there'll be a video that goes away, and there'll be a video that has no video. I've had video, I remember that I did this video on manipulation a year and a half ago. There was no video for a year. I contacted them, used the help form. Let's get on a hangout. And they're like, "Oh, have you tried a different browser? Have you logging out? Have you tried turning it on and off again?" It's like, all that like level 1 ISP shit. Trust me, I know that the support sucks. And I also know that their policies, if you have sponsors or anything like that, that also sucks. I remember in one video, Eli was talking about how they actually had a list of shit. There was a list of stuff that you could do and could not do. And the partner rep manager would not give that list to Eli or anybody else. And we know exactly why that is, because they don't want us to know what it is we can do or not do to get kicked off their platform. They purposely want it to be confusing so that it's easy to just flick people off and not have to deal with any kind of repercussions later. It sucks. But, again, it's free hosting. It's free encoding. It's free distribution. It's free advertising. And if you try to do all of this shit on your own, that's hard. And that's before we even get to the point of them soliciting business. They are going to advertisers on my behalf and saying, "Would you like to pay this YouTuber to have your ads appear on his video?" They do all of that for you. And then they will place the ad in the video. You don't have to use your own system that inserts the ad in the video, that after you paid $2,000 for the software, causes the ad to loop and not play the fucking video and all the other crap that happens when you try to set up your own system. They do all of that for you for free. And then once they finally get the advertiser, they'll take their 40 or their 50 or their 60%. What? Yeah, they're going to do that. But the rest of the shit is all free. And you look around and you try to see who else is offering this. If YouTube's and here's the question I would pose. If YouTube's an abusive relationship, what is everything else? What is Twitch? What is VidMe? If YouTube, I remember logging on at Twitch and I remember trying to apply for some partner application. And the whole thing with the partner application is that if I get accepted as a partner, I can have ads or something and I can start making money through Twitch in different ways other than accepting donations independently. And they said no. They said no. They had me type out why it is I should be a partner and submit. And then after it was done, they said no. YouTube never asked me to type out shit. YouTube had a checkbox. It was a checkbox that said monetize. No, it was one of those little switches, the blue switch. Monetize with ads. And if I click the switch, monetize with ads, I can monetize with ads. There was no writing, there was no giving reasons, and there was no being declined. So here's my question for you. If YouTube's an abusive relationship, then what's Twitch? Is Twitch fascism? Because like YouTube would let me monetize and they wouldn't? Or VidMe, this is another one. Around 7 or 9 months ago, there was this, right after the YouTube censorship and YouTube party is over crap was blowing up, and people were losing their shit because it's like, 5 of my 1,000 videos was demonetized. What am I going to do? YouTube is censoring me. Because I am not able to make money off of 5 or 6 of my 1,000 fucking videos that get over 1 million views a month, which means you're making good money off of it, but I digress. There was this thing on VidMe where there was this video on how like YouTube is this terrible thing and VidMe is this great place with rainbows and freedom and we support you. And I'm looking at the comments of this VidMe video and I'm looking at all these threads pointing to this VidMe video that I wish I could find now, but I've had quite a bit to drink and it's 1 in the morning, so I don't want to go through the effort of digging it up. But I remember seeing all the comments like, yeah, VidMe's great. VidMe's awesome. VidMe is going to be the place for people. Fuck YouTube, they're abusing people. And here's the thing. YouTube demonetized, let's say 6 or 8 videos from somebody that had 1,000 videos. You know how many videos VidMe monetized? Fucking 0. Because when I looked up their monetization platform, it was a beta. It was one of those come back later and we may have monetization set up. So if YouTube is this terrible censoring platform because they reduced your ad revenue or they demonetized 6 out of 1,000 videos, then what is a platform that monetizes nothing? If YouTube is evil for demonetizing this much of your content, then what about a platform that monetizes nothing? Well, they just must be fascist pieces of shit. Because keep in mind, if YouTube is censoring you for demonetizing this much of your shit, then what about the platforms that have no monetization? Because this is where this starts to get into really tricky waters, because in these other platforms are offering you free hosting, but no monetization. So if YouTube taking away a little of your monetization makes them assholes, then you got to say that these other platforms that don't have monetization at all, even though they're hosting your video for free, they're just fucking pieces of garbage. They're just steaming piles of evil, fascist, douchebag pricks. Censor. And I can't imagine being mad at somebody that decides that they're going to host my videos for free. I can't imagine, as somebody that pays for web hosting, being mad at a platform that decided, you know what, you can host your videos for free here. You're welcome to upload as much shit as you want. We're just not going to pay you for it. If you want, you can ask for money from your viewers. You can tell your viewers, after you watch the content that we fucking paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a month to host for you and didn't send you a damn bill for, that you can then collect money on that. I think that's okay. So I can't define Twitch or VidMe as an abusive relationship. So if I can't define Twitch or VidMe as abusive, I sure as shit can't define YouTube as abusive. Because while for all the crap that you go through with them, with all the crap that you may deal with, at the end of the day, this shit's free. So many people upload to this platform that don't pay a dime for it. It's just 0. And they have no concept, they have no appreciation of the fact that they can get sponsors, that they can ask their viewers for money, that they can build a business, they can build a brand, they can build all this crap around videos that somebody else is paying to host. Because at the end of the day, YouTube does lose $1 or $2 billion a year. That's a lot of money for a company to lose. And when a company loses $1 or $2 billion a year, their first thought is not, gee, maybe I should hire some more support staff. Maybe we should give each one of our millions and millions and millions of users more personalized attention. Let's focus a little bit more on how to fix that $2 billion wage gap, that $2 billion deficit between breaking even and losing money. And I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that at a platform that's hosting my shit for free, that's losing $2 billion a year, they may not want to hire somebody to tell me why one of my videos is distorted for a year. They may not want to hire somebody to fix the fact that one of my videos only has audio on the left side. And I'm okay with it. Because again, what am I paying for it? Not much. So I know that a lot of people think that these are terrible, trying, awful times. And the only way that I can see this, the only thing that I would say is bad for YouTube necessarily is if they go from losing $2 billion a year to losing $3 billion a year and finally decide, screw this project, we're tired of hosting other people's videos for peanuts or for nothing. Because again, with monetization, it's peanuts because again, I know how much bandwidth is getting used. I know how much... I can get an idea if I get an average of people streaming at 480 or 720p. I get an idea based on how long my videos are, what the watch time is, of how many gigabytes YouTube is pushing out a month. And then I see the ad revenue that I'm making YouTube, and you know what? I don't see how this shit adds up to profit. I just don't. I don't get it. Even if monetization is turned on, what YouTube is getting from me is peanuts in comparison or in contrast to the amount of free hosting, free bandwidth, and free CPU power to encode all this crap that I'm getting. Anyway, so I think that the good thing in this situation is going to be that once people start asking for contributions from their audience, they can start making content based on what's important to their viewers, not what's important to Honda, not what's important to Verizon, not what's important to Wix, which is going to be better for all of you. Because if a channel has 10 million subscribers, why should they make content for 20 advertisers? Really? If there's 10 million people watching, because at the end of the day, people who do this as a living, they're not making content for you. I remember I met this guy named Chris Nooner a long time ago, back when I worked in the recording industry. I remember meeting this guy called Chris Nooner at some studio, and he was explaining to a bunch of people in the lobby, he's like, what is your purpose to the musicians? And the musician's like, well, to make music. No. To make art? No. To make people laugh? No. To make people feel better? No. And he finally said, your purpose is to sell ads. Your purpose is to make music for the Super Bowl. Your purpose is to sell ads for Chrysler. Your purpose is that and the other. Because you have to think about it. When you're ad supported, you're not, at the end of the day, you think you're making content for your viewers, but in reality, your job is to sell files. Your job is to sell, do you need a website? Your job is to sell, what do you think of this new Honda Civic? Because if you are going to stop making content the same way that you are, if all these ads get pulled out, then in reality, you're not making the content for the viewers. You're making it for the advertisers. You're making it for Honda, Wix, and Verizon. But the cool thing here is if people start taking money direct from their audience, then they're going to be making content for their audience. So it's really cool how this is starting to come full circle. So like in the beginning, the few rich people got to decide what content was made for everybody. This type of music will be made, and if you don't make this type of music, then we're not paying. So in the the 17th century, 18th century, 19th century, people were making music for the rich people. And then the record came out. I'm repeating myself, and then the record came out. And then if 50 million regular people decided to spend 10 cents or 25 cents on a record, they got to decide over the rich people what they wanted to hear. Even though they didn't have the 1,000 or the 10,000 to go to the live performance, 50 million people buying a record is more important than 100 rich people going to listen to an orchestra concert. So then around 2000, 2001, 2002, the rampant piracy thing and the copyright infringement started, and that business was just kind of we could argue all day about it, but the music industry, the movie industry, they had that crap sucked out from under them. So people kind of stopped supporting music, and we slowly started to go back to this ad-supported model because people, they just didn't pay for media anymore. My generation, I'm 28 years old, my generation did not pay for music, did not pay for movies, did not pay for television. We paid for internet and hard drives so that we could use Usenet, Kazaa, BitTorrent, Emule, whatever the hell else to get stuff. So then, slowly but surely, since we were used to getting all the stuff for free, the content creators started shifting back to this advertiser model where if people don't want to pay for shit, fine, we won't ask them to pay for shit, but then we'll have ads pay for shit. And what we're seeing now, again, when I look at stuff like this guy's Patreon here, what we're seeing is this change back to people paying for content rather than advertisers. And I think that's going to lead to a lot of better content. And again, I think that's based on this idea that the content creators are not asking for money before the sale. They're asking for money after the sale. Here's my 1-hour video. Here's my playlist of stuff. Here's all my entertainment. Once you're done with it, you tell me what it's worth. And that show of goodwill, that show of good faith from the content creators is what's getting the audience back interested in actually paying for shit again. Because again, for the longest period of time, people realized, wow, there's a lot of money in selling records. Wow, there's a lot of money in selling sitcoms. Wow, there's a lot of money in selling movies and this, that, and the other. And at some point in time, people realized we can just sell them shit. Let's just make the trailer good. Let's just make the single on the radio good. Let's just make the 10-second clip good. People got tired of buying shit. They got tired of paying beforehand for the content. But now that we're back into a system where people get to consume the content and then decide what it's worth, that show of good faith, that show of goodwill is what's needed to bring back this system where the viewers, where the consumers of content are paying for it rather than the advertisers paying for it and dictating what it is we listen to, what it is we watch, what it is we consume, what it is that we see as news. So I'm kind of excited about returning to this model. And it's not a model that for my content I'm going to be returning to or going to in any way, shape, or form at the time. Yeah, the way that I monetize what I do is 90% of the stuff that you see me do on video, I'm getting paid $200 to $400 for. So even if I got paid $0 for the video, I'm getting paid to do what I do. And even though I'm getting paid to do what I do from other sources, I still understand that a lot of this content that people do would go away if they weren't getting paid for it. Even mine, admittedly. Like my beginning videos, my initial videos, if you see, they sucked. Like the first motherboard repair video, the first 1 or 2 I did on this channel was like me holding a $50 camcorder while I'm soldering, using the microphone built into it, and I'm using the viewfinder of the camera. And even when I got better equipment, I was using a $100, honestly, I would say that for 70% of my work, I don't use a microscope. If I wasn't recording for you, 70% of what I do, I don't even bother using a microscope. When I finally got a microscope, I got some $100, $120 piece of crap microscope. That was all I needed. For me to decide, let me get a good microphone. Let me buy a $1,000 microscope. Let me buy a $700 camera. Let me buy this $2,000 camcorder. Let me buy a desktop with a $900 capture card that can capture 1 or 2 or 3 inputs at a time. I did that when I saw that there was money on the table. I would have still made the videos. It's just a question of whether it was going to be a video with my $50 fucking camcorder and me soldering looking into the viewfinder or if it was going to be, DPA 4065 microphone, optics, $700 optics cam, getting recorded, nicely. So the money does make the content better, even for me. And I'm making money off of the other stuff I'm doing. And I know that the money is going to motivate the type of content these people do. Like, I don't think that this guy from Secular Talk, I honestly believe that he believes in what he does to the point where even if this number was not this number, and that is a number right there. That's a fucking number right there. He would still be making shit. But if that number were 0 instead of 21,000, a lot of these people, they would not stop doing what they're doing. It's just a question of, would you get 1 video a day, or would you get 1 video a week, or would you get 1 video a month? Like I've said, when people said, would you do this content without the money? Absolutely. I would have done this YouTube content. I would have done the tutorials, even if it meant 0 ad revenue. I would have done an honest 30 to 40 videos. I may have done 30, 40, maybe I would have made it to 50. But making it to 250 or 270 pre-recorded, edited videos, and then after that, another 100 or 200 live stream videos, yeah, when you see that there's like $20 coming in per video or something like that, it just does something that makes you want to do it a little bit more. I definitely would have done the 20 to 30 to 50. I can't really say whether I would have done the 2 or 3 or 400 after that. So I'm excited to see more and more of these people switching over to a model where they're asking for money from their audience, and I really think that the best content is going to rise to the top. Again, you got people doing the stupidest, silliest, crappiest shit right now, like 1,000-degree knife meets table, or let's just say 1,000-degree knife meets mic stand. Like, yeah, that may get 20 or 30 or 80 or 100 million views, and the advertiser that doesn't know what the fuck they're advertising on, But with this model, if you're saying, I'm going to create a video where I shove a burning knife through a belt, again, if you can create enough value from your audience that you're going to get $21,000 a month doing that, I doubt it. But if you can, more power to you. But my point is, I have a feeling that in this system, that a lot of the silly bullshit content that we laugh at, that we give that superficial laugh to, is not going to be as valuable as the content that genuinely affects our lives. And I think that we're going to see more content that genuinely affects our lives now once the system changes. Now that I have been talking for a total of 40 minutes without reading chat, I will go through the chat and see what people have been saying. So let's see what I've missed here. Lots of pages. VidMe is used for posting amateur porn, someone says. YouTube is not censoring. The advertiser is choosing their association with programming just like they do on network television. I agree. One thing I'll say, again, on network television, when they're like, this YouTube content is too edgy, fear factor that they're eating bugs. If you're willing to advertise on content where people are fucking eating bugs, I don't want to hear it. You don't get to be on the high ground. Shut the But I agree with what you're saying. I completely agree with what you're saying. It's not censorship. You can still make your content. You can still talk. You can still find your own advertisers, your own sponsors, your own methods of monetizing, and you can still ask for money from your audience. And again, if you're creating something of value, if you're creating something that people actually give a shit about, people are going to care if you go away. I remember there was this one person that was tired of hearing my content with the shitty microphone because you could hear every time I inhaled. It was a really terrible cardioid. The guy sends me a microphone that's worth $650. He sent me a $650 microphone for the cost of shipping, which was like, what, 10 or 20 bucks, just because whatever I was doing, I don't think my content is worth that much, but whatever the fuck. It was worth it to that person just to be able to hear me more clearly, to send me a $650 item. That kind of shit is cool. Audio is far out of sync, someone says. Nothing we can do about it now. Yeah, but let people decide what your content is worth. And if you believe that that your ad revenue going away is the end of you, my question to you is, how valuable were you to begin with? And I know that sounds like a mean thing to say, but if you can't get your viewers to cough up 50 cents, again, I'm not asking my viewers for 50 cents. Yeah, I run a business that makes me good money. I'm happy with my business. But if I didn't make money from that business, if I made nothing, and this was just purely, if I was just recording my motherboard repair charity, I may ask all of you if you want to chip in 20 cents. And if I couldn't get you guys and girls, and again, everything in between, to chip in even 20 cents, what does that say for what I'm doing? It's Generation Mobile that expects free Wi-Fi, free Facebook, free video, free image hosting. Yeah. I don't get that. Like, maybe I started using the internet too early. I probably started using the internet too early, back when you actually had to host shit yourself. I remember saving up my pennies so that I could host my own IRC server. Those were the days. Content creators can choose to go to VidMe, but they won't. They know the crowd is in YouTube, so they cry foul. Yeah, I did one or two streams on Twitch. I had 8 viewers. I did the same stream on YouTube. I got 700 viewers. You can go wherever you want. You can say that YouTube is cruel, but guess what? YouTube got me 700 viewers. Twitch got me 8. Yeah, I'm very happy that Twitch decided to host my video for free. By the way, no hate to Twitch. Twitch hosted my video. They distributed that video. It cost them money to do that, and Twitch never sent me a bill. So I have no hate for Twitch. I'm just saying that I got almost 100 times the viewers from YouTube. YouTube demonetized anti-Syrian war videos. Yeah, on politics, you kind of have to be on that side. On that side, and if you're on this side, they fuck you. If you're on that side, you get to keep a lot of your revenue. But I shouldn't say that. Yeah, Secular Talk is on that side, and he got a lot of his revenue taken away. Yeah, it's kind of in the beginning, it's like they were coming for those people, but now it seems like they're coming for everybody. Yeah, but again, if you make good stuff. I just like to keep pointing out this person, and I don't do it to be an asshole. I'm not doing it to say I don't like him. I'm just saying, if you make news, if you talk about news, or if you make content that people find interesting, you can ask your audience to pay for it. And you don't have to tell them they have to pay for it. They will choose to pay for it. 5,922 people choose to give him money because they find his content worth it. And I think that that is a beautiful thing. All right. Google's catch is they don't pay for their bandwidth. Let's see. I think there is something to be said about how YouTube discriminates against who gets demonetized. Why does CNN and Fox get exclusivity to talk about current events and get paid? It's because they're CNN and Fox. You know what you could do to help change that, though? You could stop watching CNN, and you could stop watching Fox. And then you could suggest that all of your friends do the same. And then you could stop clicking on CNN and Fox content. Not even seeing it and then saying, I don't like this. You could just stop clicking it. And then you could suggest all the people you know do that. And then they could suggest all the people they know do that. And one day, they'll lose their power. Because admittedly, if YouTube has to choose, who are we going to fuck with today? Fox or Lewis? It almost doesn't even really matter who's correct. Because Fox just has the reputation, Fox has the money, Fox has the viewer base, Fox has all the important stuff that we don't. I was so turned off by several channels I usually watch due to the whining videos they made about this. They sound so needy and greedy at the same time. Again, if you can't figure out a way to be appreciative for somebody who's giving you free hosting, I don't know what to say. I know what I pay to host my store's website, and I get decent support. A lot of people say that I pay too much for my hosting, but every time I fuck something up, and I fuck things up bad sometimes, they just, it could be 3 a.m, they just log in and fix it for me. So it's totally worth it. But I know what support costs. I've had $5 hosting, I've had $80 hosting, I've had $400 hosting, I'm back to the cheap sub-100 hosting. I know what support you get at each level. And I can say that the amount of shit that I get from YouTube for the $0 point, I got nothing to say. There's lots of shit I can say about what they could do better. But there's also lots of shit they could tell me about what I should be paying for it, Honda Civics are pretty nice, someone says. This is why I wish everyone would just get YouTube Red. It's essentially wide scale what you're talking about. Yeah, but for some reason, telling people to pay $10 a month for YouTube Red is impossible, whereas telling people to support the content creators directly seems to actually work. Hey, I don't know what it is. If you tell somebody pay $10 for YouTube Red, they look at you like you have 6 heads, but they'll happily pay $5 or $10 a month for some other channel. And there are some channels I donate to. There are some channels I've been donating to for about a year, not a lot, like $50 a month or something like that, just because I like what they make. It's not like I'm making or breaking whether they make content, but I applaud TCRS Circuit for his quality moderation. And Paul Daniels, thank you for helping keep Make Chat great again. Yes, Lewis, but YouTube is not real job. People should not ask to get paid for it. That's the thing. I mean, a real job, I used to hear this shit all the time. Like, Lewis, like, this is not a real business. And I was always confused by that in the beginning. I didn't have a store. I didn't have a uniform. I didn't have employees. I didn't have a fancy website. Half the time my website didn't work. My business went to a cell phone that I would be like answering with my shoulder while I was eating lunch. But here's what I had that a lot of the other businesses didn't. I stocked parts. I cared about my customers. I knew what I was doing. So when you say that's not a real business, why? Is the place that has to order a part and take 2 weeks a real business over me when I stock a part? Is the place that hires minimum wage labor that doesn't know what they're doing better than I am when I stock, when I've done that job 2,000 times, just because they have a shiny store, just because they have employees, just because they have a receptionist, just because they have free Wi-Fi and coffee in their office? No. And the same thing is true with real jobs. What is the purpose of a job? What is the purpose of work? If you go through this method and you really figure out what work is, what is work? The whole point of working is to provide value to others. If you're a farmer, you make food so that people can eat. People find not starving valuable, therefore they find you valuable. If you're a plumber, you allow people to get water into their homes. People like being able to drink water at home. People like being able to take a shower. They consider that valuable, therefore they consider you valuable. If you make YouTube content that makes people's lives better, then you provide value to those people. And if you provide value to those people, they will want to keep you around. Again, I've talked about this tribal mentality. It's one of the issues I've had with welfare. It gets rid of the tribal mentality. Rather than help people, you outsource helping people to other people that don't care about the people that they're helping. I like that concept of the small community of people that are always trying to help out the people that help them. If I make content that makes your life better, if I make a video on a board issue, if I teach you how to fix the kernel panicking problem on the 2012 MacBook Pro that's now out of recall, and you have 30 of them in your refurbishing firm, and you fix those 30 machines and you sell them for like $12,000, and you wouldn't have fixed them without my help, my video on it, and you give me $1, I'm okay taking that $1, because how is it when someone who makes a video provides value to somebody else that's not a job? Just because it's not a job, a real job in the way that, my dad was born in the 40s. And I almost wouldn't even expect to hear that from him, that's not a real job. But that's something that I would expect to hear from many generations ago from people who don't understand the internet and this, that, and the other. The purpose of work is to provide value to somebody else. So if you do work and that work provides value to somebody else and they choose to pay you, then I don't see how that's not a job. Now, if you make content that sucks, if you make content that no person in their right mind would give 50 cents to, if you've made 1,000 videos, and you say, my stuff is going to get deleted tomorrow if I don't make 50 cents, and your million viewers, not a single one thinks to themselves, you know what, I really feel bad that he's not going to be around, but 50 cents, man, I could buy bubblegum with that. Fuck that. If your viewers all think that, then you're not doing it right. But if you're providing value to people, then by all means, I'm more than happy to call that a real job. A real job means that you provide value to people. A real business is a business that cares about its customers, that does a good job. It ain't about the certificate, it ain't about the store, the receptionist, or the free coffee and Wi-Fi. It's about whether you do a good job. And with what is a real job, it's not about whether or not it's it's on a list of careers that you can major in, in a 1985 brochure for some college. It's about providing value to others. He's not reading the comments. I read the comments when I get the time to. If you'd like me to hire somebody to read the comments while I talk, well, we are talking about donations here. I think YouTubers should run their channels like a business. YouTube isn't a job, it's a revenue source. Small businesses don't rely on a single revenue source. I would almost go so far as to say YouTube isn't even a YouTube is just a platform. YouTube is a site that I can upload shit to. YouTube, to me, I see YouTube as a host. YouTube is a host. What I do to make money I have to upload content to the host. And then once I've uploaded content, it's like It's like Nexus, like my web host. Like Nexus is not a revenue source. Nexus is where I put my website. I need to put content on my website that solicits business so that I can make money. Nexus is not my revenue source. My business is my revenue source. YouTube is not a revenue source. YouTube is a hosting platform. YouTube is a website that hosts stuff. It's up to me to make money off it. So when people go, I make news content, how am I going to make news content? You're looking at it wrong because you're looking at YouTube as the revenue source. YouTube is just the web host. It's up to you to create a plan on how to monetize your news. And guess what? If your news doesn't suck, if your news is correct, factual, on point, and even if it is biased one way or the other, you give your bias and your arguments, you give good arguments that are interesting and thought-provoking, your audience may want to pay you. But if your shit sucks, they don't. I have nothing against you taking donations. I have something against saying, I need you to donate. You're not donating. That's wrong. It's not because I make content that's such shit that you don't want to give 50 cents. No, it's because you're doing something wrong by not donating. Make good stuff. Focus on the end result and work backwards. Make people's lives better. After you've made people's lives better, beforehand, they'll pay you. But don't try to get the money and then do it. Make people's lives better and then work backwards. How long has he been talking straight for? For a long time. I think you'd still have the scope. It makes life easier. Yeah, but it's one of those things where it's like I probably wouldn't have bought it. I would have bought it a long time after I wouldn't have bought it in 2014 or 13 or whenever I got it. I remember those early videos, crotch cam. Is that art behind you? That's peach Joe tea, peach flavored Joe tea. That's a bottle of Southern Comfort. That's a broken ASRock motherboard because ASRock motherboards suck balls and they never work right. It's a Z97 Extreme 4, complete piece of shit like the one at work. And these are acoustic panels, which don't work well when I'm using a shotgun mic that's far away. No one is reading what I'm saying. You're not patient enough. Not much I can do. Let's see. I used to host my own ISP, complete with 456K modems. Wow. Do you think the boycott will eradicate parasites that want to skip having a real job? Man, I think it will eradicate the parasites, but again, I'm really careful with that real job shit. I think the ad boycott is going to eradicate people that make shit content. Again, if you make something, if an algorithm, no matter how good the algorithm is not going to be able to intuitively tell whether this content that we're putting an ad on is good or content that was designed to get views at the expense of quality. People know what is quality. Again, also the thing with the ad doesn't appear at the end of the video, only at the end of the video. Most of the ads appear at the beginning of the video. So you consume the ad, and then you get to figure out whether the content sucks balls. With the donation model, you watch the content. If it sucks balls, you don't pay for it. But if it's good content, then you decide, this person makes good content, I'm going to donate $1 a month or whatever. So I think that it's going to get rid of a lot of the parasites that make shit. I'm very careful with that word real job because, as I said, a real job means you're providing value to somebody, and you can indeed provide value to somebody on YouTube. I get enough letters in the mail from people that have added $10 or $20 or $30,000 a month to their business's gross just off of watching my stuff. I know that you can add value on YouTube, and there's people on YouTube with much greater reach that make much better content than me that provide much greater value. You can do that. This is a real job. But for the people that make garbage shit, their time is coming. Their time is coming. Their whole crap where they're relying on an algorithm to direct ads to their content that people are forced to watch before they get to figure out whether the content sucks, I think their time is coming. A lot of those people are probably rich enough that they could buy a house by now. Not going to mention names. Well, I couldn't send Lewis money to show my appreciation for his videos. Best I could do is enhance software that help his job. By the way, speaking of donations, if any of you use Open Board View and you have not felt the pain of using TP-Link, I want you to use TP-Link's Board View. that Landrex software, that Landrex TP-Link or Landrex TestLink, use that software and then use Paul Daniels as open board view. Tell me what that difference is worth to you, and donate to Paul Daniels what you think that's worth. Because that software changed my work life. Like, I really should donate to Paul Daniels. I got to do that after I get off the stream. Put my money where my mouth is. Hi, kitty. Who was a good kitty? Who was a good girl? Who was a good girl? That's my kitty. Fuck Fox, someone says. Don't wear white pants and have a black cat shed on you. It's not free. They take like 50% of your revenue. Yeah, however, there's a lot of people that don't have monetization enabled. My point is that you could do all this shit. I'm gonna break that down into 2 points. So this is a good comment. It's not free. They take like 50% of your revenue. I could have 1 million views a month. I could have 200 million views a month. I could have ads turned off, and I could still get the free hosting. I could still get the distribution. I could still get the comment section. I could still get the re-encoding of my videos and them automatically, dynamically adjusting the quality at which the viewer is viewing based on their bandwidth. I can benefit from all of that with the ads turned off. The second argument that I would make is even if I do have ads turned on, if you look at what the actual cost of bandwidth, storage, and support is for this entire system, and then you look at YouTube's cut, and then you look at how much they must be paying to deliver the content. If you calculate the terabytes, if you calculate the CPU power to encode all this, especially for jackasses like me that make 1 or 2 hour long videos, and then you see the amount of money that YouTube is making, it doesn't add up. It really doesn't add up. So even when YouTube is getting paid, what they're getting paid is complete and utter shit. If I were to host this crap myself, my God. I mean, if I were to pay somebody to find advertisers to advertise on my content and then set it up so that those ads would show up in my video using software that they create, so that instead of me just hosting my MKV file, that it would automatically show the pre-roll ad and then show this, that person, without even doing the technical side, that person is going to ask for 30 or 40 or 50% of my revenue just as an agent before any of the hosting. Louis, do fans show up at your shop? Unfortunately, they do. That's the worst part. I would give up all my YouTube ad revenue in exchange for people not showing up at the store. There's nothing more awkward than somebody showing up, thinking they're your friend, and like acting like they've known you for 10 years when they don't know you at all, and then wondering why is this person not happy and excited and smiling and excited to go talk and have lunch with me for 30 minutes when they're at work and they're in the middle of something and I've just interrupted them. I wonder why that is. Never understood it. Giving money to a specific channel is more valuable to a viewer because it's going directly to them versus Red where you're paying YouTube money. I agree. But again, my one fear with it is that if YouTube does not figure out how to make money off of hosting this stuff, eventually they're probably going to end. Lewis, how long is your delay? I forgot to turn on timestamps in chat. Let me toggle timestamps and see if it's up. I'm behind by 13 minutes, so I'm reading comments from 144. Lewis, let's see. I'm never fixing a motherboard, but I sure as hell watch your videos. Keep it up. Thank you. The advertisers are those that pay fancy YouTubers. Why should they not have the chance to choose what kind of content they pay for? Oh, quite the opposite. This is a good comment, by the way. I'm all for the advertisers choosing what they show up on. That's, by all means, I would never tell an advertiser that you have to show your content on my channel. The same way that I would never tell somebody else that your tax dollars have to go to one of my hobbies. But that's a topic for another video altogether. I would never tell somebody that your taxes should go to funding my hobbies. The same way I would never tell Verizon that your ads have to show up on my video. I would never do that. But at the same time, I think it's a good thing that a lot of them are pulling out and that we have the same way that I wouldn't force Verizon's ads to show up on my video. I would never want them to say that I can't directly ask my audience for money or that somebody, not me, somebody else couldn't directly ask their audience for money to bypass the advertiser, if that makes sense. So if Verizon or Honda or Wix or whatever say, we want to stop advertising on this guy's channel, we hate this guy's stuff, that's fine. But at the same time, that advertiser shouldn't have any problem when that person says, okay, fuck you, advertiser, I'm going to still continue creating content by asking my audience to fund it for me. But good point. Advertisers should not be forced to advertise on people's videos, but at the same time, those people should not be forced to not be funded because they just don't understand that there are many other ways to fund their business. Being a real business means having a shiny building and being incompetent. Yeah. I like by the definition, a lot of people's definition of a real business or a real job, Geek Squad is more of a real business than mine is. They have a much fancier looking store than I have. They have a lot more space than I do. They have many more employees. They have a lot more money. They have much more stuff. I mean, by a lot of people's definition of what's a real business or a real job, Geek Squad has it. What channels do you donate to? I leave that private because when you do that, people start to get stupid and I'm like, oh my God, you like this? No, people kind of get stupid. So there are some things that I just don't mention. How the fuck is teaching in front of a camera not a job? If you teach crap in front of a camera, it's not. If you teach something that helps somebody else, then it's a job. It's a job. What you do is a job if you provide value to others. Provide value to others. Provide values to others, and you're good. You're talking like Ayn Rand, good philosophy. I think you mean Ayn Rand, and if you meant Ayn Rand, then I'm honored. Thank you very much. That's the nicest thing I've heard. Someone wake up Eli to see Lewis's numbers. What are my numbers? Let's see. What am I getting? What am I getting today? I'm getting, holy crap, 850 of you are listening. I'm an hour and 6 minutes into this video and 858 people. Goddamn. Got to make sure we don't have them Eli numbers. I don't want to make it sound like I'm crapping on Eli. I watch a lot of his content, and whether I agree or disagree, I always appreciate that he prompts me to think. But yeah, it's fun to have more numbers. It's definitely fun in the Dick Waving contest to be able to have a higher number. Have you talked about the United Airlines incident? I didn't talk about the recent one. I did see that thing where they were like, where they were complaining about what somebody was wearing. And this was one of those times where I actually agreed with the left. It's like, why the fuck does the airline care what you're wearing? Like, unless you're wearing no clothes at all, that's one thing. And it's like the clothes this person was wearing was like, you cannot possibly tell me. Even like the most, a fucking nun from the 50s. Like, you remember those nuns from the Catholic school that used to tell you, put your hands in the chalkboard, and then they would take the ruler and smack you? Like, even those nuns wouldn't find something wrong with what she's wearing. Why the fuck do you care? And then I realized that she was getting on the plane for free. And it's like, I'm going on vacation in a few months, and my flight is $564 fucking dollars. Again, if you told me that I had to wear a Still With Her t-shirt, a fucking clown costume and makeup, and that flight would be free, I'd wear the Still With Her t-shirt, the clown makeup, the fucking bozo hair and everything. If you're getting something for free, you can't really complain about the manner in which it's provided to you unless they're just being cruel. I was like, wow, for once that's weird. Why do all these conservatives mad? Oh, because the flight is free. Because the flight was free. Anyway, that's for a different video. Could you invest in a hydraulic press to crush the worst boards? I could, but I don't believe that would be valuable. Because that it's one of those bandwagon things where it's like crushing shit, then it was the 1,000-degree knife shit, then it was smashing shit. It's like that stuff is all done. All of that stuff is kind of done. Some people complain on jobs, $50 jobs that are worth more. What's your take on that? Some people complain, I don't know. I find that the cheaper that you price yourself, the crappier customers you usually get for almost any business. 'Cause I'm using an ASRock Mobo, and I've had a couple of odd issues with it. Yeah, you and I are the idiots that decided to buy from a company that's called ASRock. So that one would just randomly, when you turn it on, the fans would spin as high as fast as possible, and it would be dead, and I have to turn it off and turn it on, turn it off and turn it off and turn it off and turn it on. And then one day it was just dead. And then I bought another one, and it did the same thing. And it's like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm not giving you guys money anymore. And no, I didn't fix it. I don't fix my own motherboards. I fucking replace them. I do enough of that shit all day. That's why that shit's sitting there next to my liquor bottle, because I'm not wasting time fixing ASRock. And I learned my lesson. I'm not buying something that's called ASRock. Your rambling made me finally sign up for a Patreon. Thumbs up. Awesome. I hope you signed up for somebody that makes good content that helps you. Yeah, I've bought enough ASRocks that I'm just... You keep talking about real jobs. I wait tables for a living, but I make 20 to 30 an hour. Is that a real job? Absolutely. You provide value to the people that you wait tables for. If you sucked at waiting tables and you did a terrible job, nobody would pay you, and that would not be a real job. However, since you are good at your job and you provide value to your customers, that is a real job. What do you need to be a real business? Treat it like a real business. What makes it a real job? You provide value to people. It's very simple. Instead of winging about YouTube, they should be learning a new skill. So why did they buy snake oil from Alex Jones? Yeah, he could just have a Patreon and cut out the snake oil. I don't think anybody that watches his... Oh, I'm going to get into so much shit for saying this. I don't think people that watch InfoWars buy that shit that he sells thinking it's actually going to fucking change their life. Or like make them thin again, or make them strong. It's just that they like the perspective that they're getting. They like what they're hearing. You know, they like the perspective that they get from the InfoWars channel. So they're like, fine, I'll give you fucking $20 for your little vitamins or whatever the hell. You know, I really don't think they're buying it with the... Now, if they are buying it with the idea that that shit's going to change their life and they're going to take it and it's going to be like Mario taking the fucking mushroom power up, then... I would say they're on the same level at the... I would say that, you know, they're on the same level of the IQ test as the people that believe that the government can provide free college. But I don't think most people do. I think that most of those individuals, they just want to support it, you know? Like, there's a guy on Amazon that sells flux for like $3 cheaper than me. I don't think people believe that the flux that I sell is genuinely that I personally jerked it out of my dick, and because of that, you're going to be able to fix motherboards better. It's just, I sell the flux for $3 more, but I also gave you 900 how-to videos on how to fix every fucking problem with these boards, and my flux is $3 more. And people choose to pay the extra $3 as a thank you. Why so much hate for popular content? As they say, sell to the masses, live in the classes. It's not so much about popular, it's about stuff that does not provide value. The current system of advertising, where advertisers don't see what they're advertising on, allows a lot of shit to rise to the top. Because people are, again, when you see content that's total garbage, they're not making that content for you so much as they're making it for Honda, Verizon, and Wix. I want to see people making content for other people. Cut out the middleman. Cut out the advertiser middleman. I need help with my midterm. Shit I can do for you there, man. There's fucking balls I can do for that. Where do you see yourself in 10 years, given the fact that the increase in competition in IT is a given and real jobs are vanishing? I see myself retired. 10 years from now, I'm done. So 2023 is when my lease ends. And 2020, I expect that my store is going to go from like costing this much to costing this much. Because there are neighbors that pay way more than I do, like $6,000. And when their lease renewal came up, they were asking for $30,000 and $40,000. One of the first studios I worked at in the Film Center building, he was paying something like 10 or 19. I got to look it up. It was I think $19,500 for the floor. And then one year he went to renew his lease, and they just wanted $40,000. Like it was going up like 1 to 2 or 3% every year, and then one year they're just like, yeah, we want $40,000, and you're not getting the space anymore, and we're not providing these services, and you got to kick these people out because we don't like this idea of this being in the building. So that's what happens in New York. So by 2023, My landlord is going to say, yeah, I know you're paying this much rent, but now that the lease is over, you're going to pay this much. I'm going to say, fuck you, I'm out of here. And by then, I hope that I've made enough money that I could buy a house on a mountain somewhere, far away from New York, far away from people, pollution, and other shit, and be happy. So that's been like, and I'm on that retirement track right now. So that means that like 6 years from now. So that means that I'll be 34 years old. I could live with retiring at 34. Retiring at 34 is fine. It's a little later than I wanted to, but I'll settle. Vesh gave $20. Thank you. Can you explain why bandwidth costs money? All it is digital data in cyberspace. That's one of those things where you would have to ask somebody that knows how that crap is created. That's not me. That's not for me to explain. Diablo Jones gave $1. Thank you. YouTube is a miracle that Google can even make it exist. I agree. Again, like just 10 years ago, if you said that all this crap would be available, that I could stream at 6 megabit per second and 800 people could watch and that I could get paid for it, and if I didn't turn on monetization, it would be free. That shit is just nuts. I drove by your shop once in New York on a tour bus. It looked nice. That is all. Thank you. I am 10 minutes behind, so I'm catching up. How old are you, says the Uber Bunny, and with a $2 donation. I am 28. Anyone who could show up at your shop probably has social mental issues, someone said, so don't take it too personally. I wouldn't say one thing or the other. Because of shitty clickbaity content makes a lot of money for YouTube, Lewis can have free XY hours long streams. Are you Jewish? Thanks. No, my last name has 2 N's. 2 N's is German, 1 N is Jewish. Funny story. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Lee Avenue in Brooklyn. Lee Avenue is the section where it's like 99.9999 cent Hasidic Jew. This is before I moved to Bed-Stuy and then Bushwick and then Bed-Stuy again. I was looking for an apartment. I was broke at the time. I had no money. And I find this place, and it's beautiful. It's like $600 or $700. It's a long time ago. I forget the exact price. But it's like $600 or $700. Fucking beautiful apartment. And it's very close to the bridge. I could run over the bridge to Manhattan. I could take a bike to work. It was amazing. And it was cheap. And I remember that I'm about to sign a lease, and a very, very nice, kind, Hasidic Jewish individual comes over, and he gives me the lease, and I'm signing it. We're talking. He's like, oh, Rossman, Jewish name, right? And I go, oh, no, it's German. The two ends is actually German. This guy walks over, takes the lease while I'm signing it, and is like, looks like we've made a mistake on the terms over here on page 2. And he looks at it, and he's like, yes, we'll be able to re-sign the lease, let's say tomorrow, come by same time. And I'm like, you're not going to be here tomorrow, are you? And he just stares at me, awkwardly, and then leaves the room. And then his friend tells me that, like, yeah, you can go now. And I fucking never heard from him again. So, yeah, that's, a lot of people think Jewish, no, it's German, and, yeah. I should just keep my fucking mouth shut, you know? Because I get where it's coming from. It's got to be a combination of my fucked up hair that I keep it from being completely frizzy with a little bit of conditioner. That, the name, and the idea that I have a lot of money that people seem to get, where people seem to think I'm Jewish, but I'm not Jewish. I am 50% Italian. That's on my mother's side. And then on my dad's side, which is where I got the last name from, German, Hungarian, a tiny bit El Salvadorian. So mostly Italian, a little bit German, Italian, then like this much German, this much Hungarian, and then a teeny tiny bicicleta, as Cartman would say, of El Salvadorian. Half the reason Lewis is so behind on chat is because of all the random unrelated bullshit comments, so we have to try to thin it out. Also, in Lewis's eyes, we are all trolls and 4chan users here. Tell me that I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. He watches the Young Turks. I watched the Young Turks like 2 or 3 times. I did. I watched the Young Turks, honest to good, 2 or 3 times. And then I threw up in my mouth a little bit. Anna got triggered at one Stefan Molyneux video a long time ago. I found that shit hilarious. It was like 8 minutes of just bashing. Yeah, anyway, I thought that. But yeah, I've watched the Young Turks. I've seen like 3 or 4 videos. Eli is too narcissistic. I've heard the same thing said about me a lot. I've heard the same thing said about me a lot, so... It's one of those things where, like, I feel like a lot of people are just reacting emotionally. It's like, you've said something that hurts me, so I'm just going to barf my emotions on the table. You're arrogant, egotistical, narcissistic. You're an asshole. You're this, that, you're the other. And it's like, none of that stuff is really a response to what I've said. 846 watching, and I'm having a hard time keeping up with the cancer. When I go to California, I will get you a free burrito for all of your amazing moderating work. Even though it's unwelcome that people show up at your shop, you got to treat them nice. You might be the one that brings them happiness. That's the thing about got to treat people nice, because it's a store. Like, if somebody I don't know shows up at my house, it's like, what the fuck are you doing here? Slam the door. Fuck you. And anybody is welcome to do that. If I show up at your house and I knock on the door and they're like, I'm inside your foyer, you have every right to kick me out. But like in a public store, it's kind of like being a bartender. It's like you're forced to be, you're trapped. You're in prison. Because in a retail environment, whether it's a bar or even a grocery store, you have to be nice to the people who walk in. So when somebody takes that trust, that implicit understanding that we have to be nice to you, and then abuses it, that's mean. That is really mean. It's like when you're talking to a bartender and you ask for a drink. If they decide to have a conversation with you, that's one thing. But if you just start talking their ear off and talking about your day, and like the bartender and the bar or the restaurant or the waitress or the waiter, they're selling a good experience. So if you define a good experience as you go into the bar and you get your drinks, fine. If you define a good experience at the restaurant as you go to the restaurant and you get good food, fine. But if you're the jackass that goes to the restaurant and defines a good experience as being able to talk about all of your personal problems to the waitress that does not give a fuck about your personal problems, then you're just kind of being an asshole. And if you go to a repair store where they're forced to provide you with a good experience and then start talking about your personal shit for 10 minutes as if we care, as if we don't have 100 tickets to get to, as if we don't have other shit to be doing, and want to interrupt that, knowing that we're probably going to want to be nice to you so that you have a good experience, that's just an asshole thing to do. Again, I see this at bars. Like, there's the guy at the bar talking to the cute bartender, just puking all of his crap out and not caring that she doesn't care. But she has to care because she gets paid on tips. And if she doesn't go, oh, wow, oh, yeah, that's really interesting. Oh, yeah, oh, thank you. Oh, yeah, I had the same thing happen to my brother and cousin. If she doesn't do that, she doesn't get tips. Or the bar gets a 1-star Yelp review from the asshole. And after it gets the 1-star Yelp review from the asshole, she gets fired. So she's forced to be nice to the drunk fuck. And it's the same thing in a restaurant, and it's the same thing in retail. And if you're a customer, that's fine. But if you're like just somebody that just wants to like talk for a half hour, that's just mean. You're talking to people in a prison. If you go into a store, a restaurant, a bar, or even a grocery store, and you just start talking about your personal shit to people you don't know, you're just kind of an asshole. I'm sorry. Again, if they start the conversation, that's one thing. But if you start going, don't force people. Don't go up to the fishbowl and start tapping on it. When you go up to the fishbowl and start doing this, you're an asshole. David Iman gave $2. Thank you. I know that there's probably a lot of people that are like pissed off that I said that, but you want honesty. People like honesty. That is honesty. Do you think Trump could cause Third World War? I think he could. I think a lot of people voted for him, or for people. I think a lot of people who wanted to avoid a world war voted for Ron Paul in 2008 and 12, and then they voted for Rand Paul in 2016, and then they were stuck with fuck. The warmonger's going to win, or the guy that said stay out of Syria. They voted for the guy that said stay out of Syria, and they all got fucked because he didn't do what he said he would do. Makes me sad. Like, people are like, you support Trump. And it's like, no, I don't. I preferred him to the raging warmonger that killed Gaddafi. It's because he asked us to pay for oil and something that's backed in gold instead of this paper shit that's worthless. But no. I support Ron Paul. I partially support Rand Paul. I disgustingly threw up in my mouth when I saw that I got to choose between Trump and Hillary. That was just painful. That was fucking painful. That was fucking big. Don't do this to me. But yeah, I proudly cast my vote for Ron Paul in 2008. That was the first election that I could legally vote in the primary. And then I cast it in 2012 for Ron Paul when Ron Paul got fucked over by Mitt Romney, who cheated in the primaries. You could see, you look up the 2012 election. There were these areas where like every sign was Ron Paul. Everybody was supporting Ron Paul. And then Romney won by some fucking ridiculous margin. And it's like, you did something. You did something. And I do it again. If you say, I want to get rid of the Department of Defense and the CIA and this, that, and the other, and you're not rich, they're not going to let you win an election. Alex is a madman. I listen to everybody. Again, I will listen to the Young Turks. I will listen to Secular Talk. I will listen to CNN. I will listen to Fox. I'll listen to Stefan Molyneux. I'll listen to Alex Jones. I will listen to what everybody has to say. Then after I'm done listening to what everybody has to say, then I will do my own independent research, and then I will decide at the end of the independent research, after everybody's pointed me in these different directions of, hey, have you heard of this? Have you heard of that? Have you heard of that? I'll go, I haven't heard of that. Thank you for telling me. Independent research. Wait, that's bullshit. Have you heard of that? No, I haven't heard of that. Let me do my own independent research. Oh, that's bullshit. Hey, have you heard of that? Oh, I haven't heard of that. Let me do my own independent research. Hey, that's true. That's what I do. I'll listen to everybody. After I'm done listening to everybody, I'll know what to look up. Because again, before you listen to what people say, you don't even know what it is you should be researching. There's just too much information. So I listen to what everybody has to say, then I do my independent research, then I form my opinion. But you should listen to everybody. Because everybody's a nut. That's the thing. Like everybody's, if you bring up news sources or politics, everybody's going to say that everybody is wrong and everybody's a nut and everybody's an asshole if they don't like them or if they ever raised their voice or if they ever got something wrong. And the reality is everybody's going to get shit wrong. Everybody's going to say nutty shit every now and then. So I listen to almost everybody. And then after I'm done listening to everybody, I will come up with an opinion after I do independent research on what I looked up. But yeah. Do you ever watch the Joe Rogan podcast? I do. No subtitle, what the fuck? I'm not typing out subtitles. You couldn't donate enough for me to write out subtitles. Damn, I'm behind by 15 minutes again. We're getting makeup. No, you're not getting makeup tutorials. How do you deal with customers that won't pay you after you've done the work? That's the best. So instead of collecting $200 for the repair, I get to keep their shit and put it in the window and sell it for $700. So I pray that you don't want to pay. I hope you don't want to pay for it, because if you don't, I get to sell it. That's part of the contract that everybody signs, the artisan's lien, before they get to leave something here. And I like that. Yeah, I would prefer that customers not be dicks. But if they are, fine, fuck it. I only wanted to make $200 for fixing this, but if you want me to make $700, fine. I'll settle for it. I do education videos, but also skits, and because of that, no one takes me seriously. Thoughts? Who cares if people take you seriously? Who cares? A lot of people don't take me seriously. I don't care. I've been getting told for my entire life, people are not going to take you seriously. You're unprofessional, this, that, and the other. I'm the one that doesn't have to care what time he wakes up tomorrow. And I'm the one that's planning to retire in 6 years. So, who cares? Richard Ham gave $20 Canadian and said, love the channel for board repairs and all the extras like thoughts, rants, and even the occasional idea, which we haven't seen in a while. Did you quit playing it? I quit playing it because I brought my computer that I used to play it to the store for Jason to use as a PC 3000 machine for the data recovery. And now I have this Lenovo P50 that has a Quadro, and yeah, laptop is not exactly good for streaming plus playing the game. Do you believe people who want free college have low IQ? No, I believe people that believe that it can be free are not thinking. So This is one of those funny things where, like, I say X and then you say, wait, did you just say Y? Well, no, I said X. Save your outrage for when I actually say Y. But if you think you can't provide that for free. So if the government says, I'm going to provide you with free college, the government doesn't do shit. So they can either A, steal money via taxation, B, print money, which is counterfeiting, which devalues the money in everybody's wallet, including yours, or C, sell bonds, which is pretty much, or just borrow money from somebody else. There is no free. If I sit with you and I teach you for 20 hours how to fix boards and I don't charge you, that's free. If Sergey Brin sits with you for 20 hours and teaches you business development and all this other crap, that's free. But and they chose that it was free, and I chose that it was free, and I didn't ask for money. But if you go to college and the professor is making $85,000 a year, and the janitor is making $50,000 a year, and the guidance counselor is making $60,000 a year, and the fucking dean is buying a new Maserati because he's making his $250,000 a year, and then that college tuition that you think is free was paid for. Was paid for by other people's taxes or by debt that was created. No, that's not fucking free. They're not there for free. They're getting paid to be there. Just because you're not paying doesn't make it free. It's not free. There's no such thing as free if other people are paying for it. If I grow food in my farm and then I give you the apple for free, that's free. If I grow food in my farm and I charge somebody $50 for the apple, and then I give you that apple that they paid $50 for free, that's not free. That other person paid $50 for the apple, and they got ripped off. They paid too much for the apple. A lot of people paid too much for the apple. You don't believe in public education doesn't mean it doesn't work, so when is free education a bad idea? Oh, public education sucks balls, man. First off, our entire K through 12 system is based on the Prussian system that was designed to create. That our system is based on 300-year-old crap, and there's been very, very little change to make it any better. Our K through 12 system is shit. Do you know how shitty our K through 12 system is? Our K through 12 system is such shit that we have a minimum wage. If our K through 12 system wasn't shit, everybody would just be worth something when they left. Our system is such crap that you have to mandate that people make a certain amount of money to flip burgers when you get out. Because that's what you're qualified to do. You're not even qualified to do that. I still remember when I was 16 years old, I was in my junior year of high school. I was just in my senior year, you didn't have anything. I had English, gym, and economics. And economics it wasn't real economics. It was a bullshit course where you learn the school definitions of a bunch of crap that has no use in real world society. So I remember applying for a job at every single place and getting turned down. And then I saw a help wanted sign inside of a fucking KFC. And I applied to the KFC. And 2 months later, I didn't hear back. That was hard. Like, I'm not qualified to make fried chicken. That's how shitty our school system is. Our school system is such shit that when you get out of 13 years of education, including kindergarten, that you are barely qualified to mop the floor of a fucking KFC for $6 an hour. That's sad. That's the magic of public education in the United States. It's the magic of our shit system. Daniel Hunches, I'm turning 34 this year. I fucked up along the way. I know people that have said that every time you turn a year over 30 that you're fucking something up. So I'm going to try my best to not turn over 30. Maybe the apartment guy thought you were making a Nazi joke. No, this was back in like 2007. Yeah, this is like 2007, 2008 or so. This is back before everything made you a Nazi. So in 2016 and 17 in New York, you're a Nazi just for and everybody's a Nazi just for existing pretty much. And then they take away your it's like you are a Nazi, and then they take away your Nazi anti-privilege by saying you're not a Nazi later. But this is 2007-8. This is before the world lost their mind and said everybody was a Nazi. So no, the apartment guy didn't think I was making a racist joke. That was just... By the way, you'll never see a Mercedes-Benz on Lee Avenue parked there. I'm just saying. You'll never see it. You'll see a lot of expensive cars. You'll never see a Mercedes. Is free education off taxpayers is more worse than going to war with Russia? Is getting raped in the ass by 2 dicks worse than getting raped in the ass by 1 dick? Yes, but that doesn't mean that I would want to get raped in the ass by 1 dick. That's not an argument. The idea that just because one shitty thing is happening, does that mean that another shitty thing should also happen? In an ideal world, in a better world, in the world that I would pursue, no shitty things would happen. So in the non-shitty world, Ron Paul would be president. We would not be going to war with other countries. We would not be fucking with other countries. And at the same time, we would also not be stealing money from people like me to pay for other people's fucking art history degrees. Just because some people decide to go to war does not mean that you should then steal people's money and use that to pay for other people's hobbies. I don't want to pay for somebody's hobby. Art history is a hobby. A lot of the degrees that people are getting nowadays, they're never going to get you a job. You're not going to contribute to society with them in a meaningful way that people are ever going to pay back your degree. It's a hobby. And if you want to pay for a degree for a hobby, that's fine. If you want to go in debt over a hobby, more power to you, so long as your guidance counselor explains to you for a minimum of 1 hour before you get yourself into that, just exactly how bad it's going to be. As long as they explain to you, which they never explain to me, how bad those degrees are, fine. But just because some jackass decides to go to war in another country does not mean that you can steal my money to pay for your hobby. One bad thing occurring does not make the other bad thing okay. I'm tired of that. We go to war, that's why it's okay that all these other bad... No. Stop stealing. You aren't wrong, we are all from 4chan. TY2 is the Fox News of liberal YouTube media. I wouldn't say that's incorrect. Where was I? Would you hit me in the face with a purple enforcer and tell me to leave? Absolutely. I'd shove that purple enforcer where the sun don't shine. Love your videos. I'm not into repairing. I am into medical clinical trials, but I like your point of views and videos like this. Thank you. 20, some foreign form of currency. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for your comment and your 20 of your whatever that little symbol is. See, again, public schools, K through 12. Why don't I know what that fucking symbol is? I should know what that symbol is for, but I don't. Because modern education. Don't go to B, it will ruin your brain cells. A lot of 4chan will ruin your brain cells. And I'm finally getting to the comments where I told the truth about people showing up at people's work and having a conversation. Here we go. Now we get to the raging. Obviously, you don't seem to enjoy dealing with people, and that's 50% of retail. Why don't you quit while you're ahead? That's the thing. I don't hate dealing with people. I just hate dealing with people that... Again, like bartenders don't hate dealing with people. They just hate that one guy that sits at the bar until 3 in the morning flirting with the bartender. Does the bartender that doesn't like dealing with the drunk guy that's flirting with her hate people? Or does she just hate drunk guys that flirt with her? It's that false dichotomy of you don't like this one very, very, very small 1% of the population does stupid shit, therefore you hate people. I get along with a lot of the customers that walk in. I get along with almost every one of my customers. But there's that 1% of the people that walk in the door that are just fuckers. And I'm not going to quit a business that I enjoy. I wouldn't quit something that I like doing just because 1% of the people that walk in are fuckers. You talk too much. You're into a stream that's 1 hour and 40 minutes long, man. Seems like you want to listen. There's a button right over here in your web browser. No, over here. And if you hit it, this will go away. I would hit this button. See right over here? You're going to find a button. And if you hit it, I know. No, it's here. This is hard. Where's the button? Yeah, here. If you hit this button right here, it'll stop. I would hit the button. Aren't the primaries known to be 100% fucked? A lot of people are not aware. Ron Paul 2012, man. That makes me sad. That makes me sad. Any tips on starting your first business with little to no money? Only get the shit that you need, and only spend time on the crap that you need. Like, my first website, people are like, you have to build a perfect website. No, you don't. My website was hosted on free hosting using a free domain name, and it had a green background, a Microsoft Word table with prices, and a little JPEG that I stole that I used the paint, the fucking fill tool. So I took a screenshot of my feedback from eBay. And then I used like the color tool to take the green of my website, and then the fill tool to fill in the white borders of the eBay feedback so it fit in. And you could see all the little distortion from the little like spray paint, this distortion from not filling in all the areas properly. It was such shit. And that website made me first $100 a week, then 200, then 400, then 800. And once it hit 1,000, it was when I started to take it seriously. Like, a lot of people are going to say, I've gotten this in other streams, like, that's not a lot of money. That's garbage. But once it got to the $1,000 a week point, I think once any business idea you have, it's going to be a different number for everybody. But for me, when a business is at that $1,000 a week point, I then take it, I take it as something differently than before it got to that point. So once I realized it got to the $1,000 a week point with the green backdrop shit website, it was pretty cool. Focus on what you need. What do you need to provide the service to your customer? And what do you need for them to know you exist? It doesn't have to be special. Don't spend too much time in any one detail. Because if I had waited until I had a good website, I probably would have never started. If I waited until I had perfect everything, perfect promotion, perfect advertising, uniforms, and all that shit, I would have never done anything. So focus on the absolute necessities for your business. Do you think New York is a shithole and you shouldn't move there? New York is good for one thing and one thing only. There's a lot of people in a small space that have a lot of money. So, and also there's a lot of different types of people in that small space that have a lot of money. Even though if you look on the internet and you look on Twitter, it may seem like every single person here is of one specific viewpoint. But believe it or not, there are actually people here that have different viewpoints, in spite of what you see on the internet. So the great part about New York is that if you have a good idea, it may not work out in the middle of nowhere, but it'll work. If it's a good idea, you can make it work here. Even if it's a decent idea, you can make it work here. Also, if you can figure out how to make something work here with the high rents and the high volumes and the high stress and the high volumes required to pay the high rents and the high stress and all that other crap, then you can probably make it anywhere. So New York is good if you want to pursue an opportunity that's not available in a smaller town. However, for quality of life, it is a shithole. The people are meaner. Like when I was in Nashville just a few weeks ago, I saw somebody flick a cigarette. And somebody actually yelled, "Pick that up!" I was amazed. I thought this was great. In New York, people are like, "Oh yeah, you're throwing your cigarette? Let me find some other crap I have in my garbage that I can throw in the street so I can pollute with you." Solidarity. May I ask how much you've saved? There's some information that I just don't put on YouTube. What about the value of your business? The value of my business will probably, when I don't have a lease, will be shit. So once I don't have a lease, once I don't have a store to actually get these customers and do this work, the value of my business will be garbage. And at that point, not total garbage, but like semi-garbage. And at that point, I'd hope that I've pocketed away enough money, legally of course, that I'll be good to retire. Have you listened to The Biggest Problem in the Universe with Maddox and Dick Masterson? I haven't listened to Maddox in a long time, but I listened, and I can't say I watched. I read a lot of his content from 2002 through 2006, and I love what he had to say about New York. Great stuff, especially on the pizza. They mean they don't want to be in mountains of crippling debt. then use a lot of the free resources available to you now that did not exist even 5 or 10 years ago to learn, and don't spend $40,000 on an art history degree. Don't spend $40,000 in a gender studies degree. Don't spend $40,000 on shit degrees. And for the love of God, will guidance counselors please stop. Here's one thing that kills me. It's like, I didn't lie. I didn't tell them they could get a job. I didn't tell them they'd be in debt. Yeah, but you fucking didn't tell them that you didn't tell them. It's like, I didn't tell them they couldn't get a job. Yeah, exactly. I didn't tell them that they could get a job. Exactly. You didn't tell them the fucking truth that they can't. Lying by omission is still lying. And they're fucking lying to people, and it's terrible. Education could be free for everybody then. Yeah, again, a lot of the problems with it is like everything government gets involved in is just fucked. Like, I remember most of my teachers. I had 2 teachers that were good, and the rest of them were just people that punched a clock, hated children, hated teaching, hated being in the room with kids, and made it very obvious to everybody. They didn't want to be there. But guess what? They collected their check whether they were good or not. Just like most people in government work. You get to collect a check whether you're good or whether you suck. We're going to get people buying homes, having higher payer jobs, higher output of taxes. Yeah, but are we? How many art history and gender studies degrees does it take to code a useful application? Doesn't matter. You could have 10,000 of them. How many art history majors do you need to farm a single potato to put on a table? Doesn't matter. I hear sirens. They're coming to take... No, that's Brooklyn. They're not coming for me. They're coming for somebody. If our K-12 system taught life skills instead of just how to test, it would be more useful. Now, you don't understand. You don't understand. Teaching you why the War of 1812 came to be is not important. Giving you a multiple choice question where it's, the war that we discussed in class started in A, 1810, B, 1811, C, 1812, by the way, it's always C, or D, 1813. That's important. Knowing the year of the war is important. Memorizing the year of it is important. Understanding any of the social issues, any of the relations issues, any of the political issues, any of the economic issues that actually lead to war, fuck that. That's hard. We can't put that on a multiple choice test. That would have to be a fill-in, which means the teacher would actually have to do some fucking work rather than just put a Scantron into a machine and take it out and say, pass, fail, pass, fail. No, we can't teach people how to think. That's fucking work. That's my problem with public school. It teaches people shit. What is your fix for our K-12 system? Destroy it and then figure out what replaces it. I'm serious. Like, a system that is so bad, like, it's like, well, we can't get rid of it without replacing it. No, you can get rid of it. It's like, well, we can't get rid of cancer. We need to replace it with... No, you don't. Cancer sucks. You can just cut out the cancer and then happily live without it. You really can't do worse than public school. Like, you can't go downhill from the shit that we have right now. You just can't. If you take away the 6 to 8 hours a day that you get indoctrinated memorizing crap that you never need to know for the rest of your life, and you combine that with what we have available today, with the technology you have available today, someone will figure out how to fill that void. And they're going to fill it with something that is better than the cancer of public education. Yeah, maybe it was different for your experience at school. My experience with school was 6 to 8 hours a day in a room with a person that hates children. There's nothing good that comes from that. Who the hell is Ron Paul? Ron Paul is somebody that pretty much predicts all the things that are going to go on, and he also predicts all the fuck-ups that are going to occur before they occur, and then it's only after he's been proven right and only after it actually comes to fruition that anybody listens to him. But nobody listens to him when he's predicting it. They're just saying that he's crazy. But then when what he says comes true, then, oh, look, he's right. But, oh, look, a squirrel. Let's vote for the squirrel. Look up Ron Paul. Look up Ron Paul. He makes too much sense to actually win an election. Rossman retires at 34. Minimum age for presidential candidates is 35. Coincidence? No. 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 That's the worst job on earth. That's genuinely the worst job on earth. To be hated by hundreds of millions of people for $400,000 a year? I don't make $400,000 a year. But I make close enough to that amount without getting hated, without being hated and like having hundreds of millions of people want to kill me, that I'm okay with that. How do you propose things like roads are maintained and such if you disagree with taxation? Good question. This is the one question that everybody asks libertarians or anarchists, like, what about the roads? Well, here's a couple of things that I want to bring up. So firstly, if I want to buy a house in Staten Island, something in the $300,000 to $600,000 range in Staten Island, the taxes are so high that on that house, I'm going to pay property tax of between $9,000 to $16,000 a year. $9,000 to $16,000 a year. Also, those taxes will go up over time. Now, how do we deal with roads and how do we deal with roads and pavement and sidewalks when we're building a mall or a shopping center? Because that's usually not provided by taxes. Oftentimes, that is paid for by the company that is building the mall. So there's this concept that government creates roads. There's this concept that government creates sidewalks. They don't. They just take other people's money and then they pay contractors that then build roads. People like you and, well, not me because I suck at construction, but other people that are good contractors build roads. So here's what I would say. Now, the way a mortgage works is a mortgage works by spreading out the payment, the ridiculously large payment of buying a house over a long period of time with interest that's enough that the bank makes money, but it's enough of a deal to the customer that it's worth paying that interest over that long period of time. So here's what I would say. Take that $9,000 to $15,000 a year in property taxes that you're getting raped up the bunghole with, and rather than pay that to the state, you could use that money to build the road and the sidewalk in front of your house. Now I know what you may be thinking. Lewis, who's going to be able to afford to build a road or a sidewalk in front of their house? That's a lot of money up front. Well, so is a house. That's why we made the concept of a mortgage and a loan. So we can figure out roads, all that shit, figure out a way to include that in the mortgage, and then if the road in front of the house or the sidewalk is fucked up, then have a contractor come by and have that be a part of the loan. But one of the reasons that I haven't bought a house in New York City yet is because I've looked it up, and a lot of the places I want to buy, my property tax is like $15,000 a year. So right now I pay about it's disgusting. My rent went up again this year. So I pay $1,965 for an apartment. I'm going to open a calculator so I can do the math on how bad I'm getting raped. So I pay, for my apartment, this shithole, I pay $23,500. Just looking at the number in bold makes me sick. I pay $23,580, which sounds like shit, right? That sounds really bad. But then I look at houses, and I could pay $300,000 to $600,000, buy a house, pay interest on the mortgage, pay the upfront costs, and after all that is done, I still got to pay $15,000 a year of rent to the state? Fuck that. So if you took that out, how about we use that money to pay a fucking contractor to fix the sidewalk? I would happily cut the property tax, give me that money. I'll find a fucking contractor to pave my sidewalk over. I'll find a contractor to pave my driveway and to fix the tarmac in the street for that money that I save over the 30 years I own my home. So let's do some math here. So $15,000 a year in property tax, but we're not even assuming it goes up, because property tax goes up constantly. Like, there's an increase every fucking year. By the way, the increase in property tax is actually factored into my rent, which is one of the things that makes my rent on the store go up every year. So $15,000 a year times, let's say, 30 years. $450,000. I'll find a way to take that $450,000. I'll take even a fraction of it and maintain my own fucking sidewalk. in my own damn road. But yeah, that's just one of the many ways. But like, yeah, this idea that if government can do it, then people can do it better. And if you want to look like public education, the war on drugs, like what we're doing in all these other areas of the world, like the war on terror, the war, like, or like we're going to get rid of, the government is going to get rid of poverty. I mean, the government said that they were going to do that in 1960s, man. It's been like 50 years. How's that going? What government claims it can do, people will actually get done better. But yeah, the roads thing. The roads! How will we do the roads? Tax is not stealing, it's a necessity, and you shouldn't looking at stealing it. It's for the benefit of everybody in society. Not paying tax is the way to poor infrastructure and zero progress. How often do the trains get shut down in New York City? How often do you go over a pothole here? How often have you driven through a road and seen that for 17 fucking years they can't seem to finish doing construction on it? If you're paying for things that are being done terribly, that could be done better by yourself, that you morally disagree with, are you allowed to choose? Again, like when it comes to things like Syria. So I've argued with a lot of people over Syria. There are people that say we should launch the missiles there. There are people that say we shouldn't. I won't even argue. All I'll say is, how about this? If you agree with it, how about your taxes pay for the missiles that you think should be going to Syria, and my taxes don't pay for the missiles that I think should not be going there? How about that? How about you pay for the... I think that would make some more sense, but anyway. I think many of your arguments could be countered by statistical evidence that shows that what you call stealing benefits mankind significantly. Your tax dollars fund the war on drugs, fail. War on poverty, fail. War on terror, fail. Your tax dollars fund welfare. How's that doing? Like, how many things do your tax dollars, or the public education system? Like, your tax dollars fund a lot of crap that sucks, that does not make society a damn bit better. Where's the ceiling? The government never has enough. The government never has enough. They will never stop printing money. They will never stop increasing the debt ceiling. They will never stop using the money that they steal from you to fuck with people in other sides of the world, where they kill millions and millions of people that would have not been killed had they not taken your money and used it to buy crap that they used to kill people. But yeah, that is a rabbit hole for another video. Just live your life, man. Go with the wave. That seems like a really crappy way to live, man. That seems like a really crappy way to live. I can't do that. I've never been able to do that. Like, whatever it is I'm doing, whether it's studio gear repair, PlayStation, like whatever the fuck it is you're doing in life, you should try to do it to the fullest extent. You should try to make whatever it is you're doing better. Be a part of the change you want to see in the world. So if you think that something sucks the way it is, how can you add value and how can you make it better? That's what I would say. Going with the wave, that's just a shit way to live life, in my opinion. Do you think direct elections, every vote counts in voting, would solve the whole representative democracy? I don't think so with the current system. I think the problem is we have this first past the post system where you have, let's say, 30 people and everybody votes for one of those 30 people or whatever, and then the person who gets the most votes win. That doesn't work because people eventually realize that there are certain patterns, and then certain parties get completely pushed out of receiving votes over time, which is how you end up in a two-party system. I would say first thing you have to do is get rid of the first past the post system. And there are some really good videos you should check out on YouTube, I forget who does them, on why the first past the post system sucks. And if you look them up, it'll make a lot of sense. It'll blow your mind, and you'll want to scream at the fact that we have our current voting system. Our current voting system is how we wind up with, well, you see what we wind up with. I would say get rid of first past the post voting first, and that's a start. That's a start. Again, I'm not saying rip down all the infrastructure, get rid of the taxes and all that first. I would just say start with getting rid of the first past the post voting system. That, in and of itself, would just be a great set of progress in democracy. Guys and gals, taxes do not generate income. It only pays government. Talk about what creates wealth. It's a good one. You make wealth by creating things. You don't make wealth by taking from people. You make money by creating something that's useful. Would you buy the retro ThinkPad when they make it? I probably wouldn't. Because I have a feeling that I've built it up in my head to be something that it will never be able to be. New York is great because there are many people wherever, whatever you want to do. But if over 50 living in New York City without money, it sucks. Over 50. If you're living in New York City without money, it sucks. Honestly, if you're living in New York City, it kind of sucks. But if you're living in New York City without money at any age, it sucks. When something is free, it really tends to lose its value. And that's the other thing I want to talk about when, let's say, it comes to free education, free healthcare, this, that, and the other. When something is free, how do I put this? When I fix something, I charge money. It prompts people to ask what they're paying for. Do I pay if it does work? Do I pay if it works or does not work? Do I pay in this scenario? How much do I pay for these 3 different scenarios? Which scenario is most likely going to occur? It causes people to ask questions. When you make something free by taking somebody else's money, they stop caring. Like, the people that care the least about what's going on, the people that will just leave fucking $3,000 retinas and just donate them, not even ask for money, just donate them and then buy another computer from the window when it's nothing but a backlight fuse, the people that do that are often the people that come in with their parents' credit cards. And this can be applied to many other areas. When somebody else is paying for something for you, you kind of stop asking, how much does it cost? What is going to go on in this situation? Do I still pay if this doesn't work? What is the cost of this? People stop caring when it's free. And that's one of the big problems of making everything free, is that it takes away that free market concept of people caring about what it is they're paying for, which is dangerous, which is very, very dangerous. That's how you get to the point that a useless fucking liberal arts degree is $70,000 or $80,000. You bash some kind of gender studies, humanities, but consider the Dr. Jones. She has a PhD in genetics of proper science, but is she doing that? She doesn't do it now. However, she did contribute a lot to a wide variety of research over the period of time that she was practicing her degree. And I'm sure, and again, her field sucks to use as an example because it's cancer research. And cancer research seems to be a lot of, okay, 99% of the time you're just showing that this doesn't work and that doesn't work. Now we know it doesn't work. I understand. I'm not gonna bash Jessa and her degree there and what she did with it, because in that field, 99.9% of the people that ever do research on anything are just going to be doing research to tell you this doesn't cure cancer. So, but she did spend a good amount of time doing good things with that degree. See, that's a real degree. Molecular genetics. How do we cure cancer? How do we understand how diseases work? Good stuff. Gender studies. Learn how to cure cancer. That's what I'd say. Help contribute to the research that will help us cure cancer. Is that a condenser? This is a Sennheiser MKE 600 or 300, something like that. Megabit Tech donated $10. I love your videos. I have learned a ton about component level repairs. Thank you. You've actually inspired me to start my own channel. Will you subscribe? Depends on what you talk about. Depends on whether I find you interesting. If I do, sure. What time is it for you? It's 2 a.m. here. It's 2:45 a.m. here, and I've had too much to drink before, which ironically energizes me rather than make me want to go to sleep. So I'm going to wait for my alcohol buzz to wear off and then drink a bunch of water and then fall asleep. Let's find where I was. I lost my place again. No. I missed a bunch of comments. Crap. I think my public school experience is worthwhile, but the fact that it isn't consistent nationwide is the problem. I would agree with you there. Ron Paul 2020, I would agree with that for sure. I thought Ron Paul was the porn star with the foot-long dong. No, you're thinking of Ron Jeremy. That's not. Ron Jeremy and Ron Paul are different people. Yeah, I would not vote for Ron Jeremy. I would vote for Ron Paul. I also disagree with you on public education. I firmly believe you only speaking on behalf of personal opinions. There is no data to suggest that public education is wrong. Really now. Really. Look at the people that come out of our public education system. What are they qualified to do within our society? Just based off of their public education. There was a candidate that ran that got a lot of votes off of this concept of raising minimum wage to $15 an hour to force employers to pay people $15 an hour. That, like, when you got to put a gun to somebody's head and say you got to give this person $15 an hour, a lot of people are going to question what kind of douche the employer is. I'm going to question, like, how worthless is the education that led that individual to have to pour a gun at somebody's head to get them to pay them $15 an hour? Again, I don't blame the person. I blame the system that made that person was forced to sit through. That person could have learned anything. They could have done research. They could have pursued their hobbies. They could have pursued a trade. But instead, they spend 6 to 8 hours being indoctrinated in bullshit. And by the time they're 17 and escape, well, great. Now they got to pay. Now they have bills to pay. They got to move out. They got to start producing. What are they going to produce? What do they learn how to produce? They ain't learn how to produce shit. The fact that the government has to step in to mandate with regulations that you pay people more in the young people that are just entering the workforce. My question is not my question is why are they so worthless? That's my question. Who is responsible for making them so worthless? Who do you think could do better than Trump if you feel so strongly? Ron Paul. I support Ron Paul. I prefer Trump to Hillary, again, at gunpoint. At gunpoint, I will tell you I prefer Trump to Hillary. However, I would say, but I don't support. But support, I would say I support Ron Paul. You can't help the poor by hurting the rich. I would agree. Do you really need a $300,000 house? A $300,000 house in New York City is a shithole. A $300,000 house in New York City is like a fucking hut that somebody built with toothpicks. Like, you know the people that think that the roads would be made out of toothpicks and yarn and, like, dead squirrels if the government didn't tax people to pay for the roads? Like, that road would be in front of the house that you paid $300,000 for in New York City. But then, is that no longer public-owned road sidewalk? If that would be considered public even after you pay for it, then would people still complain about giving up money? I'm sure that we could come to an agreement that in exchange for you allowing me to walk past your sidewalk that you paid for to get to work, I will let you in the civilized society walk past my sidewalk that I paid for to get to work. I think that we as a society can get together and shake hands on that. Will you let me go to work walking through your sidewalk rather than making me fucking jump or jetpack over it? Cool, that's great. I'll let you do the same with me. And if we as a society are not at that point where we could just deal with this crap without the government getting involved, then we need to do some serious introspection on what we did to create such a fucked up ass society in the first place. What about the 4,000 miles of roads, bridges, railways that need nearly $13 trillion of infrastructure? Is one way the only way to do it? The war on drugs is a joke. Yep. You should see how much cocaine was in almost any of the studios that I serviced stuff for between 2007 and 2011. My God. War on drugs doing great job. Great job. There's a lot of police in New York City. Have I told you there's a lot of police in New York City? They couldn't seem to find who was supplying the cocaine. There was a lot of... Your logic, I don't have kids, my money should not go to schools. I would say my money should not go to crappy schools. NYC Bit says, oh my God, the statist commenters are idiots. I wouldn't say idiots. That's as soon as you start really hardcore insulting people, I do that sometimes, but I try to get out of the habit. They're not going to see your point of view the same way. It's just that your shit far-right government is using tax money to fund useless programs for the population. We had 8 years of a far-left government. They funded a lot of useless shit. What was it, like 21,000? I'm probably getting the number wrong. It's probably like 21,000 bombs dropped last year. Lots of waste. You don't have a real reason why you dislike education. Is it not a real reason that people who get out of our education are useless to society and can't provide value because they wasted 13 years of their life? I really feel like that's that's like the core reason. And I think that I'm still waiting for a rebuttal to that one. Let's see. My channel consists of educational tech videos as well as skits and stories. How do I make my friends and family take my work seriously? People just say you're not paid, so it's not a job. Well, I'm going to take that question and throw it back at you. Why do you care if your friends and family take your work seriously? Further, this is the whole getting around that blood is thicker than water bullshit. If what you take seriously, if what is important to you is not important to the people that you call your family, and the people that you call your friends, then why are they your friends? If what's important to you is not important, it's one thing if your family says what you do is shit. You can't choose your family. Unfortunately, most people still live in a society where they believe that if their family is abusive or mean or fucked up or insulting or just terribly toxic and cancerous, that they still need to keep them in their life because that blood is thicker than water bullshit. I get it. The family, those are not relationships you chose. But your friends are relationships you chose. So if the people that you chose to be close members of your life don't take seriously or don't even care or laugh at you for the things that are of great importance to you, then my question to you is A, why are they your friends? And B, why do you care? People fear change. How do you go about changing something as big as the voting system? That's the hard part. I don't really know. If you look at a lot of the crap that changed that was important through society, a lot of it changed through a lot of protest, a lot of violence, and a lot of war. And a lot of it was just basic shit. The earth goes around the sun. Slavery is wrong. Past the post is junk. First past the post is junk. I would agree with you. First. Hey, look, I'm only 9 minutes behind. Lewis, stop with your free rhetoric. Everywhere in Europe, we have free public schools, free healthcare, paid through taxes. Yeah, how's that working out? No. You know what one of the interesting things is I get a lot of comments like that, like, in Europe, this is free. In Europe, that's free. You stupid American, you don't have these things that we in civilized society have, because I'm European. I'm much better than you are. Here's the one thing that everybody pays attention to those comments, but nobody pays attention to the comments where I go, this microscope is $300, and then somebody from Europe, no offense, a nice person from Europe in the chat will go, wow, $300, that's like 3 months of my salary. I can't afford that ever. And then I'll be sitting here like, what are you talking about? I pay for that with like 1 hour of work. And then the person from Europe is like, well, I can't afford to start a business here. It's too hard. It's impossible. We have these rules and these regulations and this, that, and the other. It would be... So, like, you may laugh at me for suggesting these things about taxes. Well, at the same... Just realize that it's not all utopia over there. Because, again, it's not like I'm just making this shit up. I read the comments every single day that I get. And every time I read one of those things, it's like, wow, you paid $15 for a soldering iron tip? I could never do that. Or, wow, you paid $200 for a soldering iron? Oh, my God. Like, they look at it like I said, yeah, I just bought a Bentley just so that I can crash it. Like, I'm the tech, like, I'm like the fucking tech racks of soldering irons and microscopes to a lot of the people that are in my chat. A lot of these people, again, Europe, you know. Europe seems to have a little bit of an issue now with that whole giving away, lots of welfare to, yeah. I'd like to see how that works out 5 or 10 years from now if things don't change with that whole free thing. What are your thoughts on policies that funnel money into the state general fund for money as opposed to creating a fund and require a supermajority vote? Oh, the alcohol buzz is getting to me. I will come back to your comment. from this point on, you need to use like Trump 4th grade level vocabulary for me. Pseudonym, $10. Do you use GNU Linux? And if so, what's your preferred distro? I liked Debian. I know I'm pronouncing it wrong, but it sounds cooler that way. And that was my preferred distro. I don't use it right now because at some point I just got tired of it. It's like, let me use my camera system software. Oh wait, they don't make it for Linux. Let me use this. Oh wait, I can't do that in Linux. I want to use this plugin for audio, and it's oh wait, I can't do that in Linux. It's like I got tired of feeling like a second-class citizen because I use Linux. I used it from like 2003 to 2013, 2014, and Lewis, please pick up Kitty. I need to see her. It's important. Come here, Blackberry. Come here, girl. It was a good kitty. Come here. Not you, asshole. Well, fine. We'll settle for you. This is Mr. Clinton, the asshole. He doesn't want to be on my lap. He gets jealous. If I call this kitty, that kitty gets jealous. So even if when he finally comes over, he doesn't want to sit on my lap. Blackberry. Now she's afraid to come over because she thinks he's going to hit him. Cats can be pricks to one another sometimes. You inspired me to get on a board repair, and I will likely be taking one of your classes in the near future to aid what I've already learned. Awesome. If you think we need to live our lives better, what's wrong, then stop bitching and fix education. I'm sorry, how many people have you taught how to make 6 figures a year? I think that modern education sucks and doesn't teach you how to do things that others will find valuable. This is my small little region of the world where I will do that. I am one person. And what do I do as one person? I teach hundreds of thousands of people that decide to watch these videos every month how they could go to a landfill, pick up a bunch of broken crap, and make it work again. And then they can do what they want. They can sell it, they can give it away, whatever the hell it is. This is my contribution to education and society. A small one, but still, a lot more than most people do. Most people learn, they absorb all the knowledge they can for themselves, and then they use it for only their benefit. I use it to the benefit of whoever is willing to watch. I genuinely wonder, like, when I die, if there is a God, I don't know if there is, but if there is somebody up there, like, do I get to ask him how many Apple products are not in the landfill because of my videos? Like, I would love a tally. I would love to see a tally of, like, how many, how much, like, oh, it was the 2 caps in the RTC circuit, how many it was current sensing, how much quarter fan spin caused by clock chip that wasn't even corroded for RTC. Like, how many of those are not in a landfill because I told somebody this is how you fix that problem? Am I teaching you everything about the world? No, but I'm contributing in a small, tiny way to educating people on how to do something that's actually fucking valuable. And if more people did that, then the world would be better. Can I change everything wrong in the world as one person? No. But I can change my small corner of the world. And if everybody did this, the world would be better. In my small little corner of the world that I occupy, I can try to make that small corner a little bit better. And if everybody did that, we'd be good. That's, again, this is what I would call all or nothing thinking. It's like the roads thing. It's like either you tax somebody or the road does not get made. Like, there's no fucking concept of maybe you stop taking $15,000 a year from somebody and they can then use that money over 30 years to pay for their own fucking sidewalk. It's like the sidewalk in a house, like what? It's like 50 feet this way, 50 feet that way. And then the road, it's like 50 feet. Come on. You could pay for that with $450,000, but I digress. It's this all or nothing thinking. Like, we tax or the roads will open and be fire. It's like you fix everything wrong with the world or you stop trying, you stop talking. No. Can I fix everything wrong with the world? No. All I could do is in my small little corner, I can try to make that small little corner better. And that's all I'm asking of everybody else. In your small corner of the world, do what you can to make it a better place. It's not something one person can do. And this is a lot of the problems with our system, where like every time there's an election, we look to somebody else to make the world better. Whoever you elect, whoever you vote in, even if it's Ron Paul, one person cannot make the world better. And I'm waiting for somebody to get up there and say something like what JFK said, that, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Like, he understood this shit. He understood this concept that one person cannot make the world a better place. A group of 10 people cannot fix every problem. The only way you're going to fix problems with the world is if everybody gets into a mindset of, rather than, how am I going to get somebody else to fix my problems because it's so unfair, that everybody pitches in a tiny bit to fix a problem without expecting something in return. If you pitch in a little bit to fix what's wrong with education, to fix what's wrong with the economy, to fix what's wrong with food production, whatever it is in your small corner of the world, if everybody pitched in a little bit to fix what was wrong in their corner without caring what came back to them, the world would be a better place for everybody. Let's see. What about streets that don't have houses in front of them? Ask me that question tomorrow. I'm sure there's somebody out there that's gone through the roads question. Like, honestly, asking, like, again, like the whole roads thing with libertarians, like, what about the roads? It's like when I talk to somebody that works for an Apple authorized store, and they're like, but surface mount components are not replaceable. How do you fix it? And then you get, well, yes, they are. Yes, they are. Okay, the first thing that you do is you get a hot air station, and you get a microscope, and you know how you used to have leads to the components? Well, now they stick to pads, and you just have to not rip the pad off, and if you rip the pad off, you can run a jumper, and after you lift it up with the tweezers, then you put it right back down with the tweezers, and there was this one guy, Ricky Began, this amazing studio tech, like the best studio tech you'll ever meet. I am so glad to have and gifted to have had the opportunity to have worked with him and had him talk to me and explain to me how the business worked, how your mindset should work so you should learn shit, and how to figure out systems that are how to figure out complex systems when you don't really have all the information. He was just great for a number of things. But he used to say shit like modern stuff is not fixable because it's surface mount and small. And that was back in 2007. And I feel the same way with the roads thing. It's like, you just can't make these sweeping generalizations that like roads will not exist without taxation. I feel that like it's the same gut thought, the same idea with surface mount. Oh, you can't fix motherboards because they're surface mount now. It's like, I don't even know where to begin. Because like there are so many things I could discuss. There's like a book. There are books on this shit. I don't even know where to begin. But I will try another time. What do you think of Bernie Sanders? I think he said the word free too many times. He made a lot of good points. He makes a lot of interesting points. I just wish he would stop lying to people with that word free. Opinion on affirmative action. Ooh, good one. I kind of like what Morgan Freeman has to say when he says, like, you stop seeing me as a black person, I stop seeing you as a white person. Like, how about we do that? I kind of like that. And like, without any benefits from affirmative action, I have an employee from Kazakhstan, I have an employee from Iraq, I have an employee from China. I mean, I don't think any of the people besides me at work were made in the USA. I hired them all based on merit. You don't need that in order to attract, alcohol is kicking in. A diverse workplace. How do I put this? A diverse workplace is okay. A good workplace is better. If the good workplace happens to be diverse, that's great. But as soon as you start saying, well, we have to have every color in the rainbow because there's a quota, so we're going to hire based on that, as long as you're looking at that, like that's part of the factor, then quality of the individual's work is not. I didn't hire somebody from Kazakhstan, somebody from Iraq, somebody from China, because I had a fucking quota, like I need somebody from this part of the world, I need somebody from this part of the world, I need somebody from this, wow, my geography is bad. You get the point. It's not like I was on a map and it's like, each person I hire must be a minimum of 3,000 miles away from the other. And if they are 2,990 miles away, then that doesn't work, even if they're the perfect person for the job. I don't like that shit. I really don't. I hire people. I hire based on quality. I've always hired based on quality. I don't care where you're from, but that goes both ways. I'm not going to not hire you because of where you're from, but I'm also not going to hire you. I'm not even going to consider 1%. Wow, we need somebody from X country here. No, I'm going to hire based on quality. And if it turns out that quality is somebody from Iraq, Kazakhstan, China, it's great. Turns out that quality are 3 people that grew up on my block that look just like me, well, Are you a gun person? No, I'm a kitty person. I'm a kitty person. All right, I feel that I'm repeating a lot of the same comments. So I am going to start reading I'm going to start ignoring the ones that are the same thing over and over and start reading different ones. Lost my place again. Why are 700 people still watching? Wow. Europe doesn't have the same tax rates. Europe has some really messed up tax rates, in my opinion. Europe doesn't suck, but we here have other problems. Every place sucks, it's just what degree to which it sucks. It's just I noticed that like in the U.S., people are more willing to discuss their problems, it seems, whereas in Europe, it's kind of a lot of, we know better, we are the leaders, this is how everything is supposed to be. There are no problems at all, it's Europe, haven't you heard? And it's that gets me more than anything else. The concept of perfection. In EU, making above 70k euros, you pay 71% in taxes, 50% income tax, 21% when you spend it, so you're basically in debt to taxes your whole life, says Lath B. I'm not going to check your figures, I'm just saying that that's a comment that I read. Yeah. It is 3 in the morning after all. Speaking of European welfare, I used to work with a guy who actively exploited it. I think many of your opinions are based on limited personal and anecdotal and subjective evidence. Do you read any studies or anything that might actually back up what you are frankly spouting? Vocabulary is a very good program. Like you could have said saying, but you said spouting. It's like that low-key way of like tossing shit in there. But yes, I do read studies, and well, there's 2 things. You're always going to find a study that backs up a particular opinion. For almost any opinion, you're going to find a study for it. But B, yes, I do read on this. And for example, let's do a couple here. What was the average length of a war before and after government money printing? What was the rate of, how badly did inflation go up right after we went through a war plus welfare state? And also, what percentage of people leaving high school nowadays are getting jobs versus people who were getting those same jobs, let's say 20 or 30 years ago? There are studies on all these things. And if it wasn't 3 in the morning, I would link directly to many of them. But you can find them. If you want, you're welcome to do your own research. If you listen to a drunk person who's talking on YouTube at 3 in the morning and you believe it all without doing your own research, then hell, you're as stupid as me if I decided to listen directly to something that Alex Jones or the Young Turks said. By all means, listen to what everybody has to say, do independent research, and figure it out. But yeah. Do you watch the Ron Paul Liberty Report? Absolutely. I have not caught up as much lately, and now is a very, very important time to watch it. Now is the most important time to watch it. But for the most part, when I watch it, I feel like it's like he's telling me things that I kind of already know. So here, use this to get gold plating on your iron tip. $2 from Mike's Electronics. Thank you. Damn, 11 minutes behind. Somebody said I inspired them to become a Scientologist. Don't make me jump out my window, man. I live on a high floor. You should not pay for health care. It should be free for everyone and funded by the billionaires Yes, keep taking money from people that make shit. That's the answer. Keep taking stuff. Keep taking stuff. Keep taking stuff. Keep taking stuff. Never have that person who goes to the doctor ask, hey, how much is it for this procedure? You know, and then there was this, when my parents, how do I put this? There were people in my family that did not have health care in the 50s, and they could just pay for shit. Even a surgery, they could just pay for without insurance. A lot of the rates were cheaper, but more importantly, people just had money. Even regular middle-class people, they just had money. What happened to that shit? Really? I'm not saying this to be mean, but I really understand the concept of there being a pain point. If I'm going to the doctor once a week and somebody else is paying for it, But if I'm going to the doctor once a week and every time I visit I'm paying $50, then I may be more inclined to ask, doctor, rather than you telling me what I could do to feel better until I come back here next week, what could I do to address the underlying symptoms so I never have to come here and pay you again? I don't know. There's something about a pain point that allows negotiations and logic to move forward. Your background looks depressing. Well, that's because the camera is at a very low ISO, because the lights are way too bright, because they're not adjustable, which makes everything look incredibly dark, even though it's not. The beauty of doing online video. Bernie Sanders needs to be pushed into a 4chan? 4chan? I caught you. I was this close to reading the whole comment, but I caught myself. Race is a societal construct. Don't Rachel Dolezal me. Don't Rachel Dolezal me. Don't. Insurement of action ensures people who don't deserve it are employed. Lewis, do you buy into conspiracy theories? It's not a conspiracy theory if it's true, which is the thing. So what is a conspiracy theory? So if you think something is true, and you have proof that it's true, and I think it's conspiracy theory because I say that your proof is bullshit, is it a conspiracy theory or is it true? And we turn it around. If I think something is true and I have proof of it, and you think that my proof is bullshit, am I a conspiracy theorist or is it the truth? It's one of those subjective things. How do you know? How do you know? What is your opinion on Edward Snowden? It's one of those things that's hard to say. On one hand, leaking, I know that government has to have some secrets, so I'm not for leaking everything, but at the same time, it is nice that, there has to be some kind of checks and balances. The country was created on this concept of checks and balances. And you have an agency that people don't elect representatives for, that we have no choice but to pay for, that does nothing but spy on us all the time. And then you have people at that fucking agency using that spying where they could see what we bought, see what we say, see what we email, see what we chat in Google Hangouts, where they're stalking their love interest based on it. You know what? I'm okay with them telling me that that's happening. I don't, because again, we're paying for it. I was about to say I'm glad I corrected myself. You're paying for that. You're paying for people to spy on you constantly, all the time, without your knowledge, without your consent, and they can just go through and do whatever the fuck they want with any of that shit. That's weird. That's creepy, and in many ways that's wrong. So I like that he released it, but at the same time, when you say that it's okay to leak things, then you have this, it's this thing when you make something a rule, or when you set a precedent, if you say that what he did is okay, then you got a lot of other people that are going to leak a lot of shit that they probably shouldn't be leaking, and then, Edward Snowden did it and got away with it, so I can, so it kind of really, it's hard to say. I would say I'm 70% for Edward Snowden, 30% against, but I'm definitely tipped in favor of for. You know what I will say that's very interesting? It's going to get me a lot of shit. And I know this is, anecdotal, subjective, blah, blah, blah. I've never met somebody above 40 who was for Snowden. I've never met somebody under 40 that was against what he did. I'm just throwing that out there. Every single time I've met somebody that was against what he did, they were over 40. And every time I meet somebody that's for what Edward Snowden did, they're under 40. There are a few exceptions to the rule, but for the most part, there seems to be a real serious divide around that age of 40 to 45, where people above it seem to have this blind trust for the government and say, fuck him, he's a traitor, whereas people under 40 to 45 seem to understand, wow, he released information on fucked up things the government is doing. That's great. And I think, now, I could be wrong with my theory here. I had two. The first theory was that people who were for Edward Snowden, the people who were for him, the people who were against him had more trust in the government. But I don't think that's it. I think it has to do with technology. I think that younger people realize just how much potential there is to abuse this technology because they understand the technology better, which is why they see it as so dangerous, whereas people, let's say, above 40, 45, they don't understand the technology the same way. So they don't understand just how disgustingly abused this could be and how abused it is right now. To be creeped out by. Like, in order to truly be creeped out at the level of spying that occurs, you really need to understand technology. If you don't understand technology, if you spent 45 minutes on the phone with a family member trying to get them to understand where the fucking power button was in their computer, been there, done that. If you've done that person's not going to understand technology well enough. I did that a week ago, so I can talk about it. They're not going to understand technology well enough to understand just how fucked they're being. But people who understand technology, and on average, people who are going to understand the newer technology, are the people who grew up with it, they see just how fucked up it is. Race is I already read that one. Let's see. He's in New York, and of course he's not a gun person. I've always thought with guns it's kind of the same as public restrooms. Like when I go to places where I can walk into a public restroom and it looks nice and the toilet paper is there and the sink is clean and the business owner doesn't have a fucking lock on the door where I have to ask for a key and confirm I'm a customer and probably type the number off my fucking receipt to get into the bathroom, I trust them with guns. When you're in a place like New York where, like, if there's a public restroom that's open for even 30 seconds without a lock on it, there's a bum sleeping in it, there's somebody charging their phone in there, the sink has been pissed in, the toilet paper has been shoved all over the walls, I'm less likely to trust you with guns. So I would say if you're in an area where for whatever cultural reason your area can be trusted with public restrooms, I'm inclined to trust you with guns. If you're in an area where a public restroom means that it will be tossed and turned into shit, like for example where my dad lives, they have a gym there, and this concept is so fucking foreign to me. They have a 24/7 gym with no supervision. So after I think 8 p.m., you can just go to the gym with your key. You can go to the gym with your key, open it up, and there's a big wide door, and nobody will be there, and all the equipment is there. Can you imagine? Like, if that, my God, put that in Brooklyn. Put that in my neighborhood in Brooklyn. That shit will be gone. The fucking TV, the weight sets, the benches, the squat racks, the fucking toilet paper in the bathroom will be gone like that tomorrow. You can't have that with no supervision. Where my dad lives, you can, because that's a civilized society. My dad lives in a civilized society. I live in New York. There's big differences between the two. So what I've noticed is that when I go to areas where people are allowed to carry guns and whatnot, it's a little different than New York. Like they just, I know, of course there's always exceptions to the rules, but they seem to treat society, they seem to be more, how do I put this, civilized. Yeah, that's really the only way I can put it. Like, everybody in New York is just fucking twitching with anger. Like, you could just see it on the train. They're like... And, like, you look at them to say hi, they do this. It's like, no, I don't want to hand these fucking people guns. Be the next coming of the apocalypse. So, I believe in gun. It's really a cultural and a geographic-based thing. Do you live in a civilized section of the world? If you do... guns. If you don't, hard to say. Denmark is 50 to 75% tax rate, says Brielle Jones. If that figure is correct, which I'm not going to verify at 3:21 a.m., that's a place that I ain't going to live. You can't take more than half. You just can't. Like, come on. Like, how, like, more than, even 40% and 35% is kind of fucked up, but like, more than half? You can't take more than half. What the fuck did you do? Unless the government has employees out there that are helping me fucking plow the fields. If the government has an employee that's like, oh, Lewis, I'll take care of the backlights today so that you can do the hard jobs. I'll take care of the LCD connectors and all that shit, fine. Unless the government sends somebody to my fucking store to deal with the douchebag customers that come in sometimes, to clean the toilet. Like, if they do that, fine. If you got a government employee that's cleaning my toilets, I'm not going to be happy with 75% tax rate. But when you go above 50%, it's not acceptable. That's not acceptable unless the government sends me a fucking person. If the government supplies me with an intern, the same way that these recording schools in New York City supply recording studios with free interns to clean the toilets, until you do that, you can't take more than 50%. You can't. That's fucked. That is fucked. Why am I still watching this? I have no idea. Why am I still talking? Have I gone over Eli time? Jesus, 2 hours and 39 minutes. I think we've gone over Eli time. And how many people are still watching? 795 people. Wow. 795 people are watching me rant into a camera. What is the plan when we are at 20% unemployment due to automation? Gas chambers, basic living allowance, or slavery? I would vote option D. Something else. Throughout history, it's been like, oh my God, there's a printing press. What's going to happen to the writers? Oh my God, they came out with a bass drum pedal. What are going to... Like 50% of the drummers had to find new jobs, like just right off the bat. Like the moment that... You remember when there was like the drummer, and then there was the guy that used to hit the bass drum? Like the concept of having a drummer, there used to be two people. And then some fuckface released something where the regular drummer would go... We just tap the floor, which I shouldn't be doing since somebody lives under me and it's 3 a.m. But they would just tap the floor and then bass drum. Now, there's going to be a lot of automation. There's going to be a lot of loss of jobs. But I also think that there are going to be new jobs that fill that we can't even imagine right now. There's so much crap that's happened over the past 100 years that, like, if you had told somebody in 1600 or 1500 that the shit that's happening now is happening, they would have fucking burned you and called you a witch. Like, who knows what's going to happen 100 years from now? I think it's exciting what's going to be happening, and I sincerely hope that I live long enough to see all of it, but I don't think it's going to be slavery, basic income, or gas chambers. I feel like that's another example of extremist thinking. I've talked about that prior in the stream, like you have taxation or you have no roads. You have, what was the other example of it? I forget. It'll come to me. But that extremist level of thinking, or it's like, well, we have these terrible wars, so since we have terrible wars, we should tax for terrible school. Like, I mean, there's these extremes, and I find that most people run to the extremes because it's the easiest way to present an argument. Like, it's like, well, Lewis, you don't agree with welfare, but what about the kids? You don't want children to starve and die, right? Like, I feel that people intuitively run to the most extreme argument because it's the easiest one. It's the low-hanging fruit. And I don't think the world works that way. I just don't think the world always works that way. Okay. Socialism doesn't work, and it never will. It never has, it never will. Learn from history. The more I read history, the more I realize it's like a pendulum. And I talked about this with a friend. It's like, we start with like, oh, we don't have freedom. We want freedom. We want freedom. Yes, we get freedom. Wait, oh, fuck, personal responsibility? I got to pay for shit? Fuck that! Socialism. Oh, no, we want freedom. I hate this. I don't want other people telling me what I can have and what I can't have and what I can do and what I can't do and what I can keep and what I can't keep. All right? Oh, fuck this, personal responsibility. No, freedom, I want freedom. No, I don't want personal responsibility. It's like this pendulum that goes back and forth. And my friend's theory is that we're currently on the downswing, where it's like, no, I don't want personal responsibility. So like we're at freedom, but we're slowly swinging back. It's like, oh God, personal responsibility. Fuck that. And it keeps going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Back and forth. Many published studies are paid-for studies that have been through peer review are much more rare. Yep. How much has YouTube played in the success of your business? Core business, it fucked. Like core business, it genuinely fucked. Like I saw, like, I will say that before I did YouTube, my revenue for like gross store revenue for like walk-ins and all that was cut by 50%. And it wasn't cut in a lot of the basic shit, but it was cut in all the stuff that we were doing that other people weren't, that we taught on YouTube. So like the store revenue, that genuinely got like, and I could see it on a graph. I keep track of all the stuff in QuickBooks. So the store revenue got fucked, and you can literally like overlay YouTube popularity, store revenue getting fucked. You could make that into a graph easily. We got a few more mail-ins, but for the most part, most people are sending shit. A lot of people are getting shit fixed locally at places that don't have the Manhattan expense, or at least the store expense, because they know how to do it. However, ultrasonic cleaner sales, ding, forum revenue, YouTube revenue. Well, YouTube revenue used to be a thing. That little pig, this little piggy went home. So yeah, the YouTube piggy is gone. Amazon affiliate revenue, that stuff is all great. So it's kind of like a seesaw. Like again with churn, like I did YouTube, I fucked my store revenue, but I helped overall revenue. EU institutions are out of control. They're a huge army, just like the real U.S. Army. The only difference, U.S. Army studs go to war at a cry of a commander-in-chief, while EU politicians sit on their asses. That's from Aleph Null. You inspired me to retroactively abort myself. Well, that's I don't know what to say about that comment. I don't think that's what I intended. 3:13. I am behind by 15 minutes. How do universities allow you to graduate with a bullshit degree? Have you seen the dean's Maserati? There's a lot of financial incentive to give you a shit degree. Because the thing is, like molecular genetics, like fuck that. But oh look, this is a like that's hard. But this is easy stuff. And then people think that because they get a degree, they get a job. So people think I'm going to get a degree in something that I find mildly interesting, and because it's a degree, I'm going to get a job because college had this reputation of being able to get you a job. And oh my god, people got, again, the reason I keep saying that shit is I don't want people going in debt $40,000. I don't want people wasting 4 years of their life that they don't need to waste. That hurts me. Eddie says free helicopter rides from Bernie. Free helicopter rides for Bernie. Sometimes 4chan is funny. The divide is called the baby boomer generation. Ooh, I could do a 6-hour-long rant on how the baby boomers fucked over everybody else. But wrong, I'm 65. I don't believe a word our government tells us about anything. That's awesome. Everyone remove a JTAG today and make a board great again. The world would be a lot better if people would start removing the JTAGs. I would say. That's doing my part to make it a better world. Sink piston fucking New York. Is there another reason that the sinks would be yellow and smell like piss? The sink is a good, I mean, that's the thing. I appreciate the fact that the bum thought, I don't want to piss on the seat. I don't want to piss on where somebody's going to have to take a shit. So I'm going to do the polite thing and piss in the sink. Like, maybe it wasn't to be mean. Maybe it was just misguided politeness. Maybe that's what it was. I've never encountered so many folks who oppose Snowden. Interesting. Thoughts on Syria bombing? Nah. I mean, the reason I don't talk about that one too much is when I say that you could copy and paste Ron Paul's opinion to my own there, I'm not kidding. Like, you could literally just, I would very rarely say that this person speaks for me, but you could copy and paste Ron Paul's transcript of his opinion on Syria to mine, and it would pretty much, it's the same thing. So, and he's much better at explaining it, and he also has a lot more credibility, authority, and education and knowledge on the matter, so I would just say look at him. Do you ever stray from vegan diet when drunk? I only stray when I'm at the airport and I'm hungry and it's been 8 hours and I buy a salad and the fucking salad has like a big piece of cheese in it and I miss the cheese, it's like fuck. But like not in a major way. Like I'm not gonna throw up because I ate a fucking piece of cheese in an airport salad that I didn't want to eat anyway. But I try to avoid it with the fork, like I'll push it aside. Not even just because of the vegan thing, but just because airport cheese sucks anyway. Ugh, airport cheese. I'd rather eat jizz. Can we understand what we're doing to cause our own problems, or is it impossible to recognize our faults, and does that compound indefinitely? I think we can, it's just that people like to joke a lot about it. Like, I used to have this idea when I was a kid that once we become adults, once you turn 18, you just start magically thinking properly. Like, we live in a society with increasingly socialized healthcare. Check. People are continuing to do shit that destroys their health. Check. If you point this out, people will laugh, joke, and just continue to do that. Check. It's like, yeah. And then people will bitch that healthcare costs too much money. I mean, there are many, many ways. There are many, many ways we could go over, like, how we screw ourselves on a daily basis and don't even care. Moo from Techno Guy, $2. Thank you. What are your thoughts on electronic harassment? Don't tase people. Don't tase people. Anything over 20 volts is clearly harassment. And if you have one of those supercapacitors with a really low ESR, then even 1 volt is harassment. Actually, if you look at, what's the guy's name? Afrotech Mods. Why my channel is more successful than that one is beyond me. That channel should be more successful than mine. But he does a video with like a 1 or 2 volt supercap, really low. Yeah, 1 volt, even 1 volt is harassment there. Don't shock people. Don't shock people. You underestimate the scale of what is about to happen with regards to automation of labor, unskilled and skilled alike, next 20 years, serious problems. You could be right. I could be underestimating it, and if I'm here for the next 20 years, I'll see it come to fruition. I believe that there are going to be new jobs that we could never imagine today. Again, tell somebody 200 years ago that there's going to be a job for somebody that designs a fucking screen that lights itself that could show you anything in the world at any time. Yeah. They would take you, they would tie you to a wooden pole, and they would light you on fire. But today, that's just normal. I have no idea what the future holds. And there, I'm totally open to the fact that I'm completely wrong. We'll see when it happens. We'll see when it happens. Have you listened to Colin Moriarty at all in regards to politics, government, history? I have not. I haven't. Do you listen to Ben Shapiro? I don't. Not because I don't like them, just because I haven't gotten to it, really. Folks that are concerned that automation will put everyone out of work, why aren't you investing in the automation industry? Automotion, wow. Time to get out of here. You think the world will last 100 years the way politics are right now? It's hard to say. Because we've always had political differences and we've always had these wars waged over political differences, but we've never had the capacity to destroy ridiculously large sections of the world and cause them to be uninhabitable for dozens or hundreds of years afterwards until now. And that's kind of scary. The pendulum theory inspired Karl Marx. Didn't the maid that he fucked inspire Karl Marx? Not a big Karl Marx fan. How bad are your genetics? I'm not having kids, I'll leave it at that. I'll happily pass on ideas and education to the next generation, but I am not mean enough to pass on my DNA. Have you ever pulled out of something early financially or otherwise that you now regret? Many times, but I don't regret. The reason I don't regret is because the path I took in life led me to where I am. And because that's the thing, like, let's say I pulled out of something that could have made me a millionaire. But let's say that I spent that $1 million on crap I shouldn't have spent it on, that made me depressed, that made me a drug addict, that then caused me to lose everything and then, jump out a window. I always look at it like that. Like, the path I took in life led me to where I am. Life could be a lot worse. Life could be a lot worse. So, no. Have I pulled out of things that could have made me money? Yes. Do I regret? No. Thoughts on piracy? Just kind of be honest with yourself. It's one thing if you're pirating shit because you're forced to pay $20 for something before you know if it's something you like. It's another if you know it's something you like, you support the artist, you support what they're doing, and you're like, I'm not buying it because it's too expensive. Like, that was one of the things that killed me when people would say, CDs are so overpriced. And it's like, when you look at inflation and you look at the rate that, like, when I was in junior high school, a Gatorade in a vending machine was $1. $1 for a bottle of Gatorade, like a full size of it. I live in a disgusting shit neighborhood right now where everything is cheap because it's a disgusting shit neighborhood. I go downstairs, the cheapest I can get a Gatorade, the cheapest is $2. So that's inflation on fucking sugar water with food coloring of about 100%. Yet the price of a CD went up like this much over like 30 fucking years. So when I hear the other, it's too expensive, I can't afford it. I need the money for my $100 a month internet. And my $150 a month phone plan, and my $800 phone, and my $3,000 laptop, and my $200 shoes. But $20 for a Tori Amos CD is too much. It's like, fuck you. I mean, just tell the truth. Just tell the fucking truth. Just tell the truth. You didn't want to pay for it. Because I'm not going to bitch. I'm not going to scream. I'm not going to tell you that you deserve to be in jail. I get along with a lot of people that have different opinions and even that do kind of fucked up shit sometimes, and I do fucked up shit sometimes myself. But as long as you're honest with yourself and you own it. Don't sit there with your $800 phone, your $150 a month phone plan, your fucking $200 shoes, your $3,000 a month apartment, your Lexus instead of a Toyota, and then tell me that you downloaded the Tori Amos CD because it was $20. Piracy is it's one of those things where, like, I understand how it came to be. For me, it wasn't even the money. It was like, I remember sitting at home thinking, okay, I could take a bus. I could wait for a bus 10 minutes. Then that bus takes 30 minutes to get to Blockbuster. Then I pay $5 for the movie. Then I wait 10 minutes for the bus in the rain again, get soaked. Then I get home after another half hour later. And after I pay the $5, the DVD is so fucking scratched it won't play and I got to restart. Or I could go online, go to Usenet, download a high definition 720p copy of that same movie rather than a fucking DVD. Because sometimes they don't release the DVD. Sometimes the 720p capture of TV is actually better looking than the DVD that came out. I could download that copy. I could go to the shower. I could come back. And I could wait for my food to finish. And my movie is ready. It just works. It looks better. I didn't have to go outside in the rain. Which experience is worth more? To me, the pirated experience would be worth $20, whereas the Blockbuster experience is worth shit. So the fact that the pirated experience is actually cheaper than the bullshit experience, like that's what created piracy, in my opinion. It's the convenience of it. The problem is that once legal methods were available, everybody's like people. Here's what piracy taught me. It taught me that people find moral and ethical arguments to support shit that they do that's kind of fucked up. And that was a really important lesson for me as a youngster. Realizing that I was creating these moral and ethical arguments that had nothing to do with how I lived my life just to support something I did. It was so important to me that I not be considered bad. It was so important to me that I live a life where I never do anything that's not virtuous, that I had to lie to myself and turn shit that was fucked up into something that was good just so that I wouldn't be mad at myself. Embrace it. There are certain things I do that are not great. I like 2 weeks ago, I was dead tired. I dropped a bottle on the floor and I probably didn't pick it up. It's like, I'm not going to make up 80 excuses. It's like I did a fucked up thing. I did a piece of shit thing. I'm sorry. Whatever. Like, just admit it. Just admit it. It's 3:42. Why am I still here? Is it okay for men to wear pink shirts? If they fix motherboards, then you can wear a pink shirt. Now time to go over to the part 819 viewers. Almost 3 hours in, 819 viewers. Take that, Eli. Take. You should Google electronic harassment. I'm afraid of Googling that. Every now and then 4chan tells me to Google something that seems innocent, and then I Google it, and I have safe search turned off, and then I can't eat for 3 days. Rob Pearson says, gender equality, absolutely. Feminists, go fuck yourself. See, I always try to be careful with those statements. First wave feminism is about equality. That's great. But it's about equality of opportunity, freedom. Fourth and fifth wave is about equality of result, communism. So I try to avoid those kind of general statements because people don't even realize that there are differences in the feminist movement. Like I have acquaintances that are feminists, but they're feminists in the true way, in the true meaning of the word of equality of opportunity. I'm for that. I have nothing against that. I have something against the communism of like let's get equality of opportunity. I'm all for that. Then there's okay, now we have equality of opportunity, but what differences are there? Now that equality of opportunity has been achieved, what differences are there between A and B? And then they do this kind of like, this is just from the audio world. It's like, you can take things out of phase, like you can take music, and then you can take the music track with the vocal and put them out of phase with one another, so then you only get the vocal. It's like, let's take this group of people, now that they have equal opportunity with this group, and let's put them out of phase, and then find every single difference. And then let's just take out the negative differences. Let's not focus on the fact that this group of people has a bunch of jobs on oil rigs and fucking working on electrical wires for less than $20 an hour when it's raining outside. Fuck that. Let's just focus on let's just only focus on the good jobs this group has and the shit jobs this group has. And let's just only focus on the negative differences. And then let's assume that all of those negative differences are caused by the fact that this group of people are assholes and douchebags and fuck with them and hate them and, make them wish that they were never born. That group of feminism, not for that. Equality of opportunity, I'm all for, and I would stand in solidarity. I would throw up signs. I would almost wear a #resist shirt. Not quite. Always rebel, never resist. But I would almost wear that shirt in support of first wave feminism. But the last wave where it's like, what's the difference between this and this? Not like the positive ones. Only the fucking negative differences for our side. Oh yeah, all these were caused because you're pieces of shit. Against that. That is. All right. So I try to not make I try to avoid very generalized statements about feminism. Because again, a lot of people don't even understand that there are different waves of it and that the different waves stood for different things. Do you think intellectual property, copyright, and patent law needs fixing? Yes, a lot of intellectual property, copyright, and patent law came out a very long time ago. Just different times. I mean, why are we still using laws that were made when like how do I put this while drunk? Most of these laws were created when like the most advanced intellectual property that anybody can think of was a book, not a program, not code, not any of the things that we use today. I'm not for laws from a long time ago being used today constantly. Why should I have to wait 3 to 6 months to get film on a media? I agree with that. That happened with 24. Like that was how I got my dad into piracy, actually. My dad was watching season 4 of 24. Spoiler alert! Anybody remember in 24, like when you didn't get to realize if Jack Bauer died at the end of season 4, episode 24? Who was it? It was Charles Logan just became president. And then they sent, and then who is that little douchebag with the army? Walt Cummings sent some bald dude with a scary name to kill Jack Bauer, and then they had to fake his death, but he didn't actually die. And he was this is so long ago. He was fucking recording this with a VCR, and his VCR fucked up the recording, and he didn't get to know if Jack died or not. And then he figured out that the DVD is not going to come out for like 6 months. He wanted to die, and then I introduced my dad to the internet, and he was able to download that episode and watch it, and it fucking changed his life. He's like, wait a second. You mean like I missed the episode and I can watch it? What? And his mind was blown. Like, again, that's why I say that a lot of it was the music and the movie industry just fucking themselves, just completely fucking themselves over, and they deserve a lot of what they got. They gave people no options. But at the same time, there are a lot of people, even now that there are options, that completely ignore them and just make shit up all the time. Again, if you want to say that you pirate for the convenience, all that shit, that this, that, and the other, that's fine. I'm okay with it. The only time that I have a problem with it is when I see somebody that makes 6 figures, that lives a 6-figure lifestyle, that tells me that the reason they're doing it is because it's wrong that a CD is $20 and it all goes to the evil record label. No, suck a dick. Even if, you know what? Even if a lot of the money goes to the evil record label, that's fine. Pirate the music. If that's the case, if that's your argument, pirate the music, buy a t-shirt from the artist's website. Oh, you don't do that. Oh, and you make 6 figures. Oh, and you have an $800 phone. Then fuck you, stop talking about it. If people were really about supporting the artist, they would pirate the music, then buy the t-shirt from the artist's website, or go to that artist's concert, or donate to that artist's Patreon. Does that ever happen? No. Actually, no. It does happen a lot, but not as often as it should. And that's my point. Don't jump cut that, I'm drunk. Don't jump cut me. Let's see. The solution to piracy is to make the legit service better than the pirate version. I agree. Lewis, I have a question on being vegan. I have been trying to go vegan for the past several months. The issue is I am a student and money and time are tight. Any advice? If money is tight is an issue, I'm guessing that you're going with fast food, which I understand because I run a business. It's hard to prepare your own stuff. Vegan food is cheap as fuck. The entire reason that like rice, beans, lentils, and all that crap, meat used to be traditionally the food of the rich people. And like people weren't often vegan because they chose to. It was just they were broke and that was the only food that they can afford. And that's still true today, is that a lot of that food is cheap. Now there is this new thing where it's like you have Whole Foods culture, because sadly a lot of vegans are usually people who make more money and are also a bit of elitist and all that, so they can afford to shop at Whole Foods, which then gives the impression that only rich people can afford vegan food because it's expensive because they shop at Whole Foods, which is incorrect. And now we have shit like McDonald's and Taco Bell where they fucking shovel squirrels into a grinder and give it to you, and that's how they can afford to make that taco $1, and they call it happy, whatever, because are they even legally allowed to call that shit like a chicken sandwich anymore? And then that is cheap. So people get this concept that meat is cheap, whereas vegetables are expensive. Where in reality, vegetables are cheap, and real meat that's not going to fucking cause cancer and kill you is actually expensive. Let's see. Lewis, can you post a link to that feminist Facebook page you started? I'd never started a feminist Facebook page. I don't even use Facebook. I have one account that I use for the store, but I don't post anything to it. It just gets a lot of spam that I don't read. So I have never started that. You must be thinking of somebody else, or somebody's pretending to be me, which happens every now and then. Why must anyone fit into a category? What? I don't get it. For 2 hours, Eli rants about how his YouTube is failing because he's lost the mojo but doesn't realize it, how the tech industry is failing, how his new business plan is better than the old one. That comment is from Kyle Beck. You know, one of the interesting things, and this is a quote from Eli, not exact quote, this is paraphrasing because fuck if I'm going to find it. Again, we both make 2 and 4 hour long videos. I remember at one point he was talking about how all the old YouTubers from like 2006 through 2009 were complaining about how they're not doing as well anymore. And he said, well, and all those people saying that are the people that are making the same content over and over again, and they're not changing anything up. And I do find, part of the comment that you're saying that I find interesting is that Eli has been saying that his YouTube revenue is falling, even though the views are not falling, his YouTube revenue is falling. And he's also said, I've been doing these same live videos from 2012 to the present. And it's like, so you've been doing the same thing for 5 years, and your revenue is dropping. Oh, really? Tell me more. And I'm in the same place. It's like, I've been doing this. Have I been doing anything different over the past 3 years? It's the same shit. It's like, fix motherboard, and I hope you learn something. Fix motherboard, and I hope you learn something. And my revenue was also tanked. I've been doing the same shit for the last 3 years, and my revenue tanked. It's like, tell me more. Same shit. But, you know, I get it. You always have to be trying to do new stuff, and that was something that I quoted from an old Eli stream. Like, a lot of people, they just keep doing the same shit every day, and they make small changes, but like the core theme of what they're doing is the same. And then it's like, you know, that's only going to be valuable for so long. It's only gonna, like, even what I do now, like, there's only so long that it's like, okay, here comes the janitor, here comes the high-priced janitor to sweep the puke away from the clock circuit. Like, there's only so long that that's going to be valuable for. Do New Yorkers ever sleep? No, we cannot sleep. We cannot afford to sleep because we have to pay so much rent. There's no time for sleep. Only work. Only work. Only work. Lewis, you're getting sleepy. Very sleepy. No. Bets on what time Lewis stumbles into work tomorrow. Tomorrow's my day off. I don't gotta go to work. Any day can be my day off. I don't take off on weekends, but I do take off on a few weekdays. Feminism was hijacked. Yep. Hijacked is one way to put it. What's that gel you use when you solder? Is it some sort of flux? It is flux. What are your favorite proteins? That sounds like a question that requires a PhD. Ask Jessa Jones. I'm sure she'll tell you what her favorite proteins are. My favorite proteins will be whatever Jessa's favorite proteins are. Meat is good, vegan is bullshit. That was an excellently proposed argument. I think that evidence and that reason and that thought in there. Oh yeah, that's pure YouTube comments. Thoughts on New York suing Charter Time Warner for slow internet? Instead of wasting money suing them for slow internet, how about figuring out why the fuck Fios is not where it's supposed to be yet? Like, there was this idea that we're going to let you dig up the city and have exclusive rights to blah, this, that, and the other. In exchange, you have to bring all these people Fios. And they got the rights, but they never gave the Fios. Like, I can get Verizon at my store. I can get 3 megabit down and 768 kilobit up. Yay! They call that high-speed internet. They need to have the ability to... I know that high speed is subjective, and they're using subjective language. But still, they need to have their right to have that done taken away. By all means. You know what? I'll support government and taxes there. In that one small way. Limit Verizon's free speech. Stop... I'm half joking. I'm like 50% joking. I'd probably be against this if not for alcohol. But like half joking, like... do not call that high speed! Mark Wilson says, Eli needs to understand there's a lot more people doing exactly what he does. People have choices now, and let's face it, many of his competitors are better looking and younger. Better looking, younger. Maybe. I don't know. One of the things I respect about Eli is that there are certain YouTube content creators that genuinely don't care if you like them. They care that you learn something. And one of the things I've liked about what he does, and one of the things that I wouldn't say I've applied to my own content, but that does apply to it. It's not like I did it because he was doing it. Was this concept of, I want you to learn, and I really hope that you learn, and I really hope you take away something from this. But if you don't, I don't care. Like, if you come away from this thinking, like, I am the biggest piece of shit in the world, but I caused you to Google something, that caused you to change your mindset on something, or that caused you to think, that's great. I want the neurons to activate. I want activity to move around in here. I want to smell the wood burning. That's what I care about. I don't care if somebody likes me or doesn't like me. I don't care if I'm popular or not popular. What I care about is that people think. Because even if you disagree with me, even if you vehemently disagree with me, if instead of just spewing out or copying and pasting what you learned in government school, if you think and you Google, even if you still disagree with me, if I got you to think, I'm happy. I don't care if people like, hate, this, that, or the other, and I sure as fuck don't want fans. If I have fans, that's how I know I'm doing something wrong. I don't want fans. I want thinking. I want to smell the wood burning. You know what I mean. It's an analogy. That's one thing I like about Eli, is like just the complete disparagement and just complete not caring if people like, agree, whatever, is the idea of getting people to think. And there are some YouTube channels, there are very few that are like that. There are some that are like that. But there are many that they just say the things that are popular and they avoid the topics that are not popular, and they act like the person that you want them to be on camera so that you'll thumb up and keep coming back and blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of us that just can't do that for any amount of money. How many ad impressions you made in April compared to March? Shit, cock and balls. Very happy that I did not base my business off of YouTube ad revenue. Oh boy, that would be a sad time. Because it finally got to a point where it's like, oh, it's 1 million views regularly. Look, I'm coasting at a decent amount of money. And then even when I went to Nashville, like, it was still decent. But like right after I got back from Nashville, it was like, that's fine though. That's fine. Luckily, I never took Eli's advice to become a YouTube content creator. Because like later on, he said, just become a content creator, not a YouTube one. But like in the beginning, he was trying to lure me into that shit of becoming a YouTube content creator. Oh, I'm glad I didn't take that advice. I like a professional YouTube content creator. But I appreciate the advice. It came from a great place. I'm interested in learning the black art of data recovery. Any place I can start? I can't find a good starting place for it. Yeah, neither can we half the time. That's a hard thing to learn. Louis, you say that you dislike the kind of feminist arguments that focus on negative aspects, but you seem to do the same with your arguments against public education. No, that my argument with public education is for all the terrible things that it does. But I'm looking at cause and effect. Whereas feminism, fourth and fifth wave feminism, is creating cause and effect where there isn't any. So I'm saying, look at this teacher that does not care about students, that clearly hates students, and then look at what the students in this person's course learn. There's a direct cause and effect. Whereas with fourth and fifth wave feminism, they're saying, look, there's a difference between this group and that group. Let us, without researching, assume that the only reason there's a difference between A and B is hatred, racism, sexism, and, just all sorts of mean, terrible things. So When they compare the negative, they're saying that the negativity was caused by something without providing proof. They're just saying that the fact that this set of people is different, have different outcomes than this set of people, is not based on anything other than hatred, meanness, and misogyny. Whereas with school, I'm saying, look at the empirical evidence that this individual clearly hates children and is teaching 30 children that are not learning anything, and then saying there is a direct cause and effect there. Because there are many, at least when I grew up, I don't know if it's changed. I grew up in the 90s. I know that's why I'm hunching over and I'm going to have to use a cane to walk to bed. But the teachers that I had, they were open and clear and stated vocally to all of us that they hated children. Not dislike, hated children. I mean, like, it's one thing if feminists were to record a male boss that said, I hate women, and then said, well, that's the reason women do worse at this company. But the evidence there is just kind of weak. But I appreciate that you brought up the question. I googled wood burning. Hopefully found the Yule Log Christmas album. That's a good one that you should totally buy if you like. I missed the Yule Log Christmas album. That was a key part of Christmas. Lewis, you've inspired me to make that wood burn. I'm going to pursue my career as an arsonist. That was definitely not my intention. Please don't actually burn wood. That is an expression for thinking. What do you think the USA terrorizes the world? That doesn't make sense. If you said how or why, that's a question, but what doesn't really make sense. How do you reball something without a reball station? It's like reballing an SMC. I've done a lot of videos where I reballed an SMC. I didn't use the Zalmau for that, nor do I use that for any of the reballing. I use my hand iron for that. I only use the Zalmau to attach large BGA chips, and VRAM is small enough to be soldered with a standard hot air station. So watch any of my videos on how to reball an SMC, and that's the exact same tactic that you would use, except hopefully with more success than mine, to do reballing VRAM. VRAM, you shouldn't have to use a BGA rework machine, a full-sized one, to do VRAM. Millennials, sheesh, says Robert King, with no argument. That seems like a name I very often see come up with poor or no arguments. This guy is a nutcase. Okay, I'll take that. I won't burn wood, but can I chuck wood like a woodchuck? I have a board. I know with PP bus G3 hot shorted to ground. I've tried everything, including removing every component, and it's still shorted. That means the short is inside the board. You probably haven't removed everything. I'm pretty sure you haven't removed everything. But if you have, then that means that the short is inside the board, and you're probably fucked. This one person keeps spamming the same comment. That's a great way to get me to never read it. Let's see. Paul Daniel says, Robert King is my loving troll. Dunning-Kruger in full force. Dunning-Kruger in full force. Why do you, as if it were not, and your fucking politicians want the world war? I'm trying my best to understand what that is. Is that a statement? Is that a question? If it is a question, what are you asking? And I don't get it. I'm not the only one that's intoxicated here. Abel Vasquez says, $10. Thank you for fighting for our right to repair. Good shit. Well, 11 states have introduced it, which means a lot of traveling. There's a lot of traveling to do up ahead. That should be interesting. What do they mean by family friendly? Walmart sells all kind of shit that can be considered offensive. Family friendly is whatever you mean. Family friendly is what I find acceptable at the time that I'm saying it. And it's what I'm going to use to shame you if you're creating something I don't like. So if you're creating something I don't like, I'm not going to say that you've personally offended my sad and fragile emotional state and caused me to rage. I'm going to say that you're unprofessional. I'm going to say that you're not family friendly. I'm going to say that, some stupid shit like that to make myself feel better while making at the idea of making you feel worse. Family friendly is a bullshit term. You know what's family friendly? Not hitting your kids. You know what's family friendly? And caring about the outcome of your children's lives. Treating your children well. It's not about what they watch. It's about the life that they live as a result of being in your family. But nobody cares about that. It's about, is this rated G or PG? That is the world we live in. Do you ever rework large BGA packages with a small preheater and hot air rather than the Zao Meow? Meow. I like Zao Meow. I like that spelling. I'm going to use that now. Zao Meow. No. I mean, I think it's one of those things. It's like I did pay for it. I do have it. I feel sick at the fact that I paid for it, but I did, so I might as well, It's like if I had a Bentley and a Jetta, would you drive the Bentley to work? It's like I personally, the Jetta's fine, but if I bought a Bentley, yeah, I might as well ride the Bentley to work. Thoughts on free healthcare for everyone? I've been through that one. Nothing is truly free. I think it would be really great if people actually had a concept of what it was they were paying for. I don't know. Or I guess a concept that when they walked into an office that because that's the thing, it's one of these things where I already talked about this earlier in the stream when I was less tired. But when people walk into a doctor's office nowadays, they have no concept of the idea of what anything costs or what they're being charged. And it kind of changes the way your decisions go. It's kind of like when you, how do I put, how when they say we're going to take money from this group of people and give it to that group of people, nobody understands this concept. And there's a word for it that I'm forgetting right now, where it changes the behavior of both sides in a way that you can't anticipate. And the way that I act, the way I treat myself, the way I treat my body, the way I deal with the doctor is going to change in a very radical way when I, A, don't know what he's charging the government or the insurance company, whatever the hell, and B, when I have, when there's no, no, that's still point A. Damn, it's time to get out of here. Where was I? The healthcare thing. When people have no idea or no concept that the services that they're getting for free cost money, it changes their behavior in a way that I just find to be kind of nasty. And the second thing is that obviously when you add in all the bureaucracy and crap of insurance and all this other horseshit, then it really just adds costs up in a terrible way. I would say that single-payer healthcare makes more sense than the bullshit system we have now. The system that we have now, like, it adds all the terrible parts of socialism and all the terrible parts of capitalism with none of the benefits of both. I really feel like the current healthcare system in the United States is almost designed to push us one way or the one extreme or the other. It's like all the negatives of capitalism with all the negatives of socialism, all in one ball with none of the positives. It's like, who the... It's almost like somebody just wanted to crash the car because they wanted to. It's like somebody purposely crashed the Jetta so they have an excuse to drive the Bentley. You know, it's insane. How do you deal with awkward employee moments like someone you employ ripping some foul ass in front of a customer? That's never happened. What is your opinion of cheap Chinese soldering equipment for beginner, poor people? It sucks. It's the same thing in the music business. Like in the music business, there was a saying like, don't buy shitty microphones and crap, like beg, borrow, or steal. Obviously, try to do more of the begging and the borrowing and the stealing. I can't really, talk about, I'm not going to recommend the stealing part, but like beg, borrow, or steal was what everybody would tell me. Do whatever you can to not use shit. Same thing here. Like whatever you need to do, whether it's buy used, whether it's go through other people's crap, whether it's look online and have, I used to have, for soldering equipment, I used to have the names and models of the things that I knew were good on Craigslist and eBay actually bookmarked. And every morning I would open my list of bookmarks and it would open like 20 browser tabs for all these different soldering pieces of equipment. And the second one came available, I'd buy it. Do whatever you got to do to get good shit. But like using crap is going to... Here's the thing. If you're a beginner, you don't have confidence, right? So as a beginner, you don't have confidence. As a beginner, you also believe since I'm just starting out and I don't have a lot of money, I'm going to buy shitty gear. You buy shitty gear, and the shitty gear causes you to suck. So now you suck, which causes you to get into this loop of having low confidence. Now you have low confidence because you suck, so you're going to say, I don't really want to do this anymore because I suck, I have low confidence. So you get yourself into this negative feedback spiral of shit by using crappy gear. If you're good at what you do and you use crappy gear, you're confident and you know that this gear sucks. Like when I sit down at an ATN 85AD and I try to remove an ISL 6259, I know it's not me. I turn the temperature all the way up, I turn this all the way up, I preheated the board for a few minutes, I went it on the chip for several minutes, and it just doesn't fucking move. I know the station's a piece of shit. But if that was my first experience and I thought that that was a good station, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to try. I'm not really sure if I'm good at this, but I'm going to try. Oh, it's not coming off. I'm bad at this. And then I'm never going to try again. So using bad equipment as a newbie, everybody's like, I'm a newbie. Is it okay to use bad equipment? When you're a newbie, it's more important than ever that you not use equipment that sucks balls because you don't know if you're good or not. You don't know if you suck or not. You don't know if what you're doing is right or not. So you're already a variable. Don't make the equipment another variable by using shitty equipment. Try to minimize the variables. I want to know, is it me or is it what I'm doing? What am I doing wrong? Let me figure that out first, and then I can experiment with shit equipment. But in the beginning, you need something decent. Let's see. I'm over 40 and Snowden needs a statue as a hero. High five to Alex Novixis. I fucked up your last name. I'm sorry. With Apple professional users being disappointed with the lack of updates to the Mac Pro and poor reception to the new MacBook Pro, is the door wide open for someone else to take that? Absolutely. The only thing is, again, most people go for Apple not for the hardware, they go for the operating system. They're in for that whole experience. It's not the hardware. That's why when PC people are like, I can build a better PC, I can build it with way better specs that runs way cooler. It's like, yeah, but your PC runs either A, Linux, which is fundamentally crippled in so many ways if you want to do professional things with it, not running servers and all that, but if you are you going to find professional noise reduction plugins? Are you going to find all the shit that, whatever random crap you need? Hell, half of the NVRs I use can't even work with, you don't even have a client for Linux. You either get Linux, where you're less likely to be spied on, less likely to crash, but you're crippled in many ways, or you get Windows, which is a steaming pile of shit. Like, a lot of people go for OS X for the experience, so
That's the hard and Apple's got a monopoly on OS 10. It's like you can use a Hackintosh, but again, the Hackintosh takes away from the it just works out of the box experience and that's part of what they're selling. They're not even just selling the OS; they're selling the fact that everything just works and that this is this beautiful utopian society where we don't have to worry about whether taxes will pay for roads. Like they're selling you being a part of the gated community. They're selling you at keys to the kingdom of utopia where they don't have taxes and the roads and sidewalks are even better than they are in New York right now. So I don't really know who the hell else is going to make that. Like make the OS from scratch, then the hardware, and then just make everything magically work. Ubuntu had that chance. Didn't Ubuntu have millions and millions of dollars of funding? And, I mean, if I were Ubuntu, like I would have, said, okay, if I had millions of bucks to throw at it, it'd be like, okay, this team come up with something that's better than Sony Vegas or something that's better than Adobe Premiere. We want Adobe Premiere for Linux, but that doesn't fucking crash all the time. You, make Logic. We want Logic, but we want it to work with audio units, VST, and whatever the hell else. You're going to make something better than Logic and give us better loops than the Apple loops. That's what's needed in order to truly compete. You need an operating system that's not fucking Windows, but that it has a lot of the benefits that Windows has of just all these different pieces of software being available, but that also gives you that poofy experience of buying an Apple product. And for all the shit people say about the new MacBook, supposedly, and I could be wrong here, or they could be lying about sales, apparently it's selling better than everyone has before. So, like, take away your USB ports, take away your MagSafe, take away your SD card slot, solder that fucking SSD to the motherboard, and shove a dick right up that user's ass, because that's apparently what they're asking for. It's apparently what they're fucking asking for. What is single-payer healthcare exactly? I've looked it up, but I don't quite get it. Oh, well, the whole concept is that you get rid of a lot of the bureaucracy and the bullshit that is crushing it right now, and just you get rid of all the leeches, because there's a lot of leeches and parasites in the system. You get rid of a lot of that, so you get some of the downsides of socialism, but you get all the upsides of removing all the leeching parasitic that just make healthcare a nightmare. There is no capitalism. Look at Milton Friedman. Haven't looked at Milton Friedman, but yeah, I find a lot of people blame capitalism for problems that were created by government regulation in a society that has not been real capitalism for a long time. I totally get that and agree that the issues you describe exist, but the alternative is that poor people die. A lot of poor people die in our current system already. What is your stance on pre-ordering hardware? What is your stance on refrigerator doors? I have no idea how to answer that. You've managed to ask the most boring question of the evening. I don't even know how to begin to answer that. People complaining about System D. Don't get me started on that damn Pulse Audio, man. And get off my lawn! Thoughts on needing to be 18 for most jobs when you won't be hired regardless of whether or not you have knowledge or experience? I hated having to get working papers. I'm biased because, again, I came from a family of people. There were certain people in my family that were decent, and then there were certain people in my family that just enjoyed treating people like crap, and those people like to keep their thumb on you and control you constantly. So if I have to go to those people and say, I can't legally work, but I'd like to get away from you, can you sign these papers that will allow you to let me get away from you? It kind of gives them power that they shouldn't have. So, I'm not for the whole, the minimum age for working being 18. It should definitely be lower, like much lower, like way lower. It's either that or people are just going to work illegally. That's what I did for a good period of time. Fuck if I had working papers when I was doing modding PlayStations at 10 years old. Robert King says, Paul, no need. I fix the same crap every day. I put people down when they act like they know shit I knew 20 years ago. Experience matters. Oh, I can tell from that picture and the profile that you be old. You can always kind of, I don't mean this in the bad way, but like you can always, like there are trolls and then there are like the old trolls. And you can always tell the difference. Because like the old trolls, they have this, it's a combination of confidence and shame at the same time. Like confidence in how bad I'm trolling you, but also shame in the fact that it's like I'm 67 and fuck, I'm doing the same shit the 27-year-old is. And I have nothing better to do than troll on YouTube at 4 a.m. Like it's that really sad form of trolling. Like Oneness 1000 left a bunch of trolls like that on the Error 53 video and the $750 Tier 4 repair video. Lots of like senior trolling there. And lots of it from Robert King. Someone says, Robert, you are in a position to be a mentor. Don't put people down because they learned what you did 20 years ago. Again, is he in a position to be a mentor? Like mentors help build you up. Mentors present you with useful information. Mentors present real arguments. You know, just jackasses give you just ad hominem attacks all day. Like, I wouldn't say that he's qualified to be a mentor. Honestly, I would kind of doubt that he really does anything of use. All right. Let's see. You're not trying to help people, you're trying to get people to glorify your existence as Paul to the troll. Yes, I would agree. And again, it's like that sad kind of, it's the really sad brand of senior trolling. I call it senior trolling. Because there's 4chan trolling, there's standard trolling, and then there's senior trolling. And again, if you look at like a lot of the Oneness comments in that video I mentioned, you'll get a really good example of senior trolling. Like they're always like these 3 to 6 paragraph comments, and they're written from the standpoint that like I am the professor and I matter. And it's like, it's the Dunning-Kruger shit. It's like they have no concept of just how irrelevant they are. Like there's no concept of the complete irrelevance, which causes that like 5 to 6 paragraph post. What do you think of subscription-based viewers? Could you charge $2 a week or a month? I don't like the concept. I don't like the concept of having to pay first and then figure out if it's useful later. Like there are certain things where I'm okay with that. There are certain things where I'm okay with that, but like I really don't like that concept when it applies to YouTube. I'd really rather keep this free. Like again, if you like it and want to donate after you've seen it, fine. But I don't want to put a paywall where you have to pay and then figure out after you paid if the content was worth it to you. I am an ultimate troll, and you have a little mod icon next to your name. Oh, that's bad. Mm-hmm. G shit posters all around. No. G is the thumbs up part of 4chan. I'm sure that all the bad 4chaners come from the other sections. Do you think it's weird that the younger generation has a skill that much older generations don't, like technological literacy? And isn't that a first? Again, I spent 45 minutes explaining to somebody how to properly use a power button, and then how to hit a function key on their keyboard. Just fuck it. And there's this one thing. That kills me when we do data recovery for people. Oh God, like. There's two different types of data recovery. Here's all the data from all your folders. Here it is, and here's your file structure. And then there's like migration with, and you can't even do this with other operating systems for the most part. It's only with Apple that it's like a standard consumer feature that's included for free, where you can migrate, where it copies over like the Wi-Fi passwords, the email passwords, your fucking wallpaper, like where your icons were, not just your folders in the desktop, but like where your folders were placed on the desktop, all that shit. There are people that I have had in my store break down crying, because we recovered their data from a clicking drive, but it was like, here's your documents folder, here's your pictures folder, here's your desktop folder, here's your this, and they're like, I don't know where anything is. And it's like, well, it's in the folders. It's like, I don't know what anything is in the folders. They literally cried. It's like, how do I know my email password? How do I know my Wi-Fi password? And it's like, oh my God. And this has happened enough times, again, with like the over 50 crowd. Not all, because some jackass out there is going to say that I said all, and I didn't say all. It's like, it's a bell curve. Don't bell curve me. Don't fuck. But where there's a good amount of the over 50 crowd where it's like, I do that, and they break down crying. I've never had that happen with someone like below 30. But like above 50, crying. Like, how do I reinstall my application? How do I reinstall Chrome? And it's like, well, you go to this website. And like, yeah, but how do I reinstall OpenOffice? And it's like, well, you go to openoffice.org. Well, how do I download it? It's like, well, you click it. And like, it just keeps escalating and escalating and escalating. And it's like, ugh. Yeah, so like, so we have a rule at the store. Like, if you cannot do a data recovery that is migratable, meaning you literally get the applications, the fucking wallpaper, the Wi-Fi. If you can't do a migration, and that person doesn't understand what that is, we can't do it. Because it 100% of the time ends in crying. So you have to explain it up front. And if you explain it up front and they're okay with it, great. If you explain it up front and they're iffy about it, it is either migration or nothing. Because I've dealt with enough people that come to the store and actually cry when they have to remember their Wi-Fi or their email password. And I'm not fucking with that no more. I'm not doing that no more. So if you can figure out how to do a recovery to the point where the OS is fixed enough that you can actually use Migration Assistant to copy stuff over, then great. Otherwise, like, yeah, it's painful. Oh, man. And that's not even what I hate the most. What gets me is when people are like, I don't need to learn this. Or like my mother used to have this saying that like drove my dad and myself nuts. I've paid my dues with anything, whether it was even things that would help herself, like applying for something online. She would complain about the process of having to go in person, complain about how it was inconvenient, complain about how it ruined her day. But then she wouldn't want to do it online because she didn't want to have to use a web browser because I paid my dues. I'm not going to learn that. I've paid my dues has caused most likely more unemployment, more misery, and more lack of production in our society than almost any other saying. That and you think you're better than me, but I've paid my dues. I don't need to learn anything anymore. I don't need to know how what a Wi-Fi password is. I don't need to know where I keep my data. I don't need to do that because 30 years ago I went to college. And it's a mindset, and it's not a mindset that's attached to age. It's a mindset that people have at a very young age. There were people in my school when we graduated. I remember, I'm never going to forget them saying this, I'm so glad I don't have to learn anymore. Such a disgusting saying, and that's one of the, that was just one of the stinging condemnations of public school to me. The fact that public school where I was so bad that it released people into society that were okay saying shit like, I'm so glad I don't have to learn anymore. Disgusting. That you actually want to leave not learning, that you consider it rather than a happy thing, rather than a good thing, rather than an interesting thing, like you see learning as a fucking punishment. And it's a mindset, and some people have that mindset, and it's you don't notice it immediately. You notice it a little at 30, a lot more at 40, and by 50 it's like a disease. But it's one of those things that like you're not going to notice it right away, but as time goes on, you'll notice it more and more because the world keeps moving, whereas you have not. And then there are other people that are more than happy to continuously learn throughout life. Like I taught my dad how to go through Usenet news groups after Newsbin was shut down. So he had to go through the fucking news groups, download the headers by himself, figure out which were the real episodes of 24 and which was like an exe file. And he had to go through and find 24, download it, figure out how to use part 2, figure out how to unraw, all this crap. I taught somebody in their 60s how to do that because he understood the concept of always learning. And then you have these people that are like, I paid my dues, where I'm done. Oh, no, you don't understand. I got a bachelor's degree in 1956, which means I don't have to learn anything new for the rest of my life. I paid my dues. And there's this whole concept of when you're dealing with those individuals that you have to give them extra attention, that you have to be extra nice to them, that you have to deal with it. When, again, I believe in personal accountability and personal responsibility. You chose that you wanted to stop learning in 1956 or 1976, and that's cool. I respect you. But live with the consequences of your decisions. Same thing with me. Like, I try to learn new shit every single day. If I'm not learning something new every day, if I'm not reading something new every day, then I've failed. I want to learn something new every day. And because, again, like becoming the stereotype of a grandpa, that doesn't happen. Again, it doesn't happen overnight. It is not an age. It's a mindset. And it's a mindset that people commit to when they're very young. It's not something that, like, it's not like I turned 50, I'm magically out of touch with the world. It's like when people are 23 years old or 25 or 27 and they complete their job training or whatever, and they get to that comfortable salary, whatever it is, whatever a comfortable salary is for you, they get to that level and they're like, okay, I got a job with a comfortable salary, I got my college degree. I paid my dues, I'm done learning. That is cancer. And it doesn't have to necessarily be a specific age. It's a mindset. And one day you notice it, and 40 years went by, and, well, fuck. People like me, and other people like you, and even people like my dad in their late 60s, God bless him, were learning every single day. So since he was learning every single day, he never got to this point where he had to catch up on a bunch of shit. Well, sometimes, but not for the most part now. Whereas if you just turn 70 and you're like, oh, fuck, I spent the last 40 years of my life not learning anything. Well, now, instead of having to learn this much in every single day, you now have to learn the last 40 years of everything, which is impossible. And then you give up. And then you're kind of fucked. And then you're stuck crying in my store when you have to remember your Wi-Fi password. Always do migration. Always do migration. No dragging and dropping data. I had somebody that loved doing that shit, and like they never had to deal with customers. And they never had to deal with customers, which is why they were always okay doing that, because it saved them a step. Oh God. You'll create so many problems doing that. Okay. Piotr says, I know this problem with recovering the client's data. Oh my God, I don't know where that icon was on desktop. I'm going to die. Yeah. Wow, you can hear birds. Do you hear birds? It's morning. Why do people don't understand having a valid backup strategy? It's almost not even the back. Like, if you don't know where you're this is where I realized that there was just a severe, like, case of the I paid my dues syndrome. Is not when I recover your data and it's corrupt. It's when I recover every single file with your original file structure and I say, here is everything. Aren't you so happy that I was able to get everything without charging you, like crazy? There's a saying that I forgot there. Aren't you happy that I got your every single file not corrupted with your exact file structure? And like this is back when I was naive. This is like 7 years ago when I thought that actually mattered. And they literally just stood there wanting to cry. because they had no idea where their own fucking data is. Like, where are the pictures of my child? And it's like, well, in the pictures folder. Where in the folder? It's like, oh my God. Oh my God. Where's my QuickBooks? Well, you have to install QuickBooks, but I don't have it. Somebody else installed it for me. Then find that somebody else. They don't want to help me anymore because I'm a fucking asshole to everybody that helps me with the computer. And it's like, oh, I believe you. Shit, I don't want to help you for money. I don't know how you get people to help you for free. Life is one big learning experience. Deciding not to learn and you in a world of pain. I agree with Nicholas Wynyard, who just made that comment. Lewis, have you ever had an acid trip? Have I ever had an acid trip? Yeah, I had this acid trip once that went on for 3 hours, 54 minutes, and 15 seconds. It's crazy. I hear birds. Can those use a computer? They buy Apple. They buy Apple. They buy Apple. You think the right to repair act will pass in Nebraska? No. No. I think a big problem with it is not only technological illiteracy / not willing to learn, but the fact that most people are used to instant gratification, i.e. pay to take the problem away. Well, I'm sure that has quite a bit to do with it. Somebody gave me 10 PLNs for great videos. Thank you to David Koziol for your 10 of this interesting new currency. This is public school, man. Public school. I should know what that currency is. I took economics for a year in high school. I have no idea what that what's a PLN? I have no idea. How do you feel about current situation in Syria? Copy and paste Ron Paul's opinion to mine. 839 people watching a guy in a pink shirt say nothing. You can't watch what I say, you have to hear what I say. That's 10 Polish ZLOTY. Aha. Has Apple approached you to become a certified repairman? You know what? I don't think they have. I think maybe they've rain checked that. It's Polish gold. Oh, wow. I like gold. That is 0.213 US dollars. Can I buy Winterfresh with that? Let's see, how many people are still watching? Holy crap. Oh my God. We're going to have a jealous Eli tomorrow. I'm debating whether or not I should send Eli a screenshot of this. 4 hours in. I get a lot less views when I'm actually fixing something.
Do you think Assad gassed his people? No. Ron Paul. Copy and paste Ron Paul's opinion over to me. You don't have enough money to be Apple certified. How do you know how much money I have? Let's see. Kyle says salty Eli is everyday Eli. Ouch. I love all the Ross posting in G thanks to you. Says stop please and $2. I'm just a lurker now. Didn't you say that Apple did ask you, or you asked Apple and you turned them down because they don't fix fixable problems and throw the board away and charge more? The last time I looked into anything related to Apple certification, it was something, here's the problem with certification, and I will shit on Lenovo as hard as I shit on Apple for this. If I want to be a certified repair center, I have to sell a certain amount of their products each month. Now, if I'm required to be in the business of selling $20 or $40 or $60,000 a month of your product, doesn't that kind of bias me towards trying to sell my customers away from repair? And doesn't that then make me a shittier repair person by virtue of the fact that I'm selling customers that came into a repair store against repairing it and towards buying a new one, because if I don't do that, I lose my authorized status? That's a big one. What's your opinion of university nowadays? Mostly shit, unless you're getting one of the real degrees. And even then, it has to be like a real degree. Like if you're going to university for molecular genetics, yes. If you're going to university for almost anything else, probably no. Even the real degrees aren't that real anymore. Where are you retiring in 6 years? I'll be retiring to 4chan. I have a love-hate relationship with the dude. I think he's referring to Eli. I still listen to him, says Kyle. That's one of the interesting things. Like, here's one of the times that I realized that, fuck, Eli is right. Holy crap, I'm actually going to be doing this as a living. Here's when I realized that Eli may have been right. It was when there were people that hated me to the core. They absolutely hated everything that I had to say. And they would comment on something I said in a video and say, Lewis, fuck you for this, that, and the other. That's bullshit. And I go, all right. I go, wait a second. Hi, Clinton. Where'd you go? He ran away. Okay, anyway. It would be when they were really pissed off at something I said. And then I go, wait a second. I don't think I said that in the beginning. And then I would actually go through my video to figure out where I said the thing that they hated. And there would be this person that hated everything I said, that left all these hateful, miserable comments. And the thing that they responded to that they hated was in like an hour and 37 minutes in. That's when I knew that this was going to be a thing. When it's like somebody absolutely despises what I say. They hate me to their core, but they're listening to a 3-hour video and they're an hour and 37 minutes in. And then a week later, I make a new video that's 3 hours long. And they're screaming about something else. And it's something that I said 2 hours and 15 minutes into the video. And it's like, fuck. People who hate me are still listening to the shit that I say for 2 hours. Crap. Eli has a point. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Let's see. 1965 for an apartment a month. You're lucky. No, that's not luck. That's living in New York. It sucks. You work all the time. You work all the time so that you can afford your apartment that anywhere else would cost way less money. It's disgusting. It took me about a year or so to find this place. I was looking for a year. It was also a lot cheaper when I got it. Thoughts on Galaxy S8? Oh, that's a big yawn. Who cares?
Who cares? Like, it's like, oh, look, they made the phone slightly bigger. Oh, look, the screen is slightly bigger. Oh, look, they put a faster processor in it, which 99% of the population will use to watch YouTube and Facebook and Google Hangouts and shit that they could do 5 years ago. No one cares! It's another phone. Someone says we can't hear you ever since you moved the mic. Is that true? No, that's a lie. Feed the cat. The cat has a self-feeding thing, so I have cans that I open for the kitty, but there's also an open bag of dry food that the kitty can grab at any given time. Ignorant people can often talk about things that do not matter. Indeed. And I believe it's time to end the troll. Let's see. What type of channels will still make money on YouTube? The kind that ask for money from their audience that's still that provide value. There's a little bar that moves every time I talk, so you can't trick me. Nice try. I need one of those self-feeding things. Go back to my comments on socialized healthcare. No, you don't. No, you don't. They must have a miserable life to watch you so long and hate you at the same. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there are people that I watch and I'm like, I really don't like this person. Like, to my core, I don't like them. So, I just stop. Like, I'm not going to listen to them for 2 hours every day. Like, God, how much do you hate yourself to do that? All right, so there is about nothing else here that's worthwhile. The chat has become almost purely cancer. So I'm going to stop this with a screenshot of, at the end of a 4-hour video, what the viewership graph looks like. I got to get the viewership graph going here so we've got something to troll Eli with. Let's see. Wowza. So, over. Yeah, I don't get this when I fix something. I don't even get this when I'm fixing something and I fuck it up. That's crazy. All right, so that's it for today. I'm out. And if you're a YouTube content creator, I hope you learned something.